Planning Committee meeting for the Township of Muskoka Lakes. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. I confirm that we have all but one councillor present, although we expect them. And I think one of them is on Zoom. We have our senior staff, including the CAO and Deputy Clerk and Director of Developmental Services, Environmental Sustainability, as well as some of the planning staff. Where's what else here? We put the agenda on in public, and emails were invited through the Township Muskoka, the email of the township. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded on the Township of Muskoka Lakes website and YouTube channel. By participating in the open public meeting today, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and posted online. We have no supplementary agenda, and I ask, do we have any members of committee that have a pecuniary interest? Councillor Mazin?
Thank you. I will be recusing from 13A, which is the short-term rental discussion as ongoing indirect pecuniary interest. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Edwards?
Yes, it will be excused on 7D1.
Sorry, which one?
7D1. That's night shift.
Thank you.
And he needs to tell us what.
And what's the reason?
The neighbor is a relative.
Thank you very much. All right, we have no invited delegates, I think. No. So we will start the meeting with the first one on our agenda, which is concurrent zoning application and severance. And it is the file B 4224/ML ZBA 5624. SCHLICHTE, I think is how it's pronounced. And it's Ms. Beamish.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. The first applications to be heard today are concurrent consent application B 4224ML and zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 5624 in the name of SCHLICHTE. The subject lands are known municipally as 1325 Beatrice Townline Road. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted consent sketches on pages 50 and 51 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the consent application is to create one new residential lot fronting onto Beatrice Townline Road. The retained lot is currently developed with a main dwelling, retreat, and accessory building. The severed lot is currently developed with a secondary dwelling unit and accessory buildings. No further development is proposed on either lot at this time. Next slide, please. I would also direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch on page 52 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to create one new rural lot and to gain exemptions necessary to finalize the proposed consent and to rezone the retained and severed lots. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Matt Irving, the Township Septic Inspector, stating that development of the property may be limited by the size of sewage system which can be located on the lot in compliance with the requirements of the Ontario Building Code. The size of a sewage system is determined by the total habitable floor area, the number of bedrooms, and the number of plumbing fixtures on the property. Comments were also received from Matt Beach, Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator at the Township, stating that severance approval should be subject to confirmation by the Operational Services Department the availability of entrance permits for the severed and retained lots that do not currently have an approved legal entrance. Comments were also received from Douglas Holland, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, stating no objection, as well as the calculated fire response time, and recommending that the Fire Smart Homeowners Manual be consulted to understand how treatments to the property influence wildfire spread. After the time of writing the report, amended comments were received from the following parties. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, stating that upon review with the planner and of site photos, it appears that some buildings may exceed 108 square feet and would require building permits to be issued. From the information provided by the applicant's agent, it would also appear that sewage systems servicing the outdoor retreat do not comply with the Ontario Building Code. Gray water cannot be disposed of via a privy or drained away on the property, but shall be disposed of via a gray water pit or a septic tank and leaching bed or a holding tank. The current facilities indicated will require a building permit application. Amended comments were also received from Cassie Ems, planner at the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating that district staff would not object to the approval of this application, provided committee is satisfied that the division of ownership of a secondary dwelling unit and the proposed lot size of the severed lot is appropriate. Next slide, please. The proposed exemptions are summarized on pages 16 and 17 of the agenda package. Variances A to D relate to the proposed rezoning application, and variances E to G relate to the proposed consent application. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that consent application B42/24ML be approved, subject to the standard conditions of consent, and that the retained and severed lots be made subject to site plan control, and that a rezoning application be approved to address rural lot creation requirements, including minimum lot retention area. Staff further recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 56/24 be approved, subject to the recommended revisions to the bylaw to 1, revise the hatching of the proposed development envelope and labels of buildings and structures on Schedule 2, 2, to revise the proposed definition of small-scale rural retreat to state that it be operated on a seasonal basis only, that the accommodation will only be provided in tent accommodation units, and to specify a max capacity of 5 guests per unit. 3, to revise Schedules 2 and 3 of the draft bylaw to include the setback of the existing shed and sun deck from the side lot line. And finally, to revise the draft bylaw to restrict buildings and structures on the retained lot to those that currently exist. Staff have no further comments at this time and are happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The applicant's agent, do we have them online?
Me in person.
Oh, in person. Thank you very much. Wonderful.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee.
Welcome. You have, if you could state your name and address, and you have 5 minutes. As you
Thank you.
probably know.
Graham Heisinger, Tulloch Engineering, 80 Main Street West, Huntsville, Ontario, UNH1W9. I'm here with the Schlichtes this morning. And they, are available to answer any questions about the process as well, if need be. Firstly, I'd just like to thank staff for working with us on this one. I think almost everybody in the planning department's probably seen this file by now, and we had some back and forth discussions on how to best deal with the commercial aspect in particular. So thank all of them for their involvement in that front. So this application originated as a severance application to split 2 existing dwellings on the property. To give some background, the dwelling on the severed lot, the proposed severed lot, was constructed following a site-specific zoning exception that was granted for this property a few years ago to allow for an oversized secondary dwelling. And that was always kind of seen as a stepping stone through the process to eventually allow for this severance to occur. So now here we are asking for this severance to occur. The reason we did it in that fashion is because at the time, lot creation policies and lot standards in the zoning bylaw and official plan in Muskoka Lakes Township were less favorable of this type of severance. With the official plan, new official plan being adopted, at least in majority adopted, we now have the ability to ask for this additional severance, this severance. There's no additional severance. As you can see in the drawings that were supplied in the staff report, the retained lands are quite large. The retained lands are the ones that we're dealing with the commercial operation on. The Schlichtes have informed me that they've been operating that commercial operation on the property for well over a decade at this point. And to my knowledge, there's been no conflicts or concerns or anything of that nature with the surrounding area. So I'm confident that use can continue in its limited fashion, as has been spelled out in the site-specific zoning amendment. That zoning is very carefully written to ensure that that use remains limited in size and remains limited in function in relation to the area, because it's Beatrice Townline is not one of the major arterials in the township. We don't want a large commercial operation in that area. So I'm confident that that use can continue to proceed as it has been for the last decade plus. As far as the rural character of the area goes, we're talking about separating two existing uses. As far as I'm concerned, each of the dwellings on the property has a separate access off of Beatrice Townline Road. No new developments being proposed as part of this separation. This is really just a matter of kind of dealing with the property and ensuring that Dan, the Schlichte's son, is able to take title to the dwelling that he lives on and manage that from an estate perspective. Overall, the character of the area will remain unchanged from what's there presently. Again, haven't been made aware of any conflicts or concerns from the surrounding community. So all in all, I believe that this is a reasonable and responsible planning application. I believe it's good planning, and I would respectfully request that the zoning and consent be approved today. And I'm available to answer any questions the committee might have as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody either online or in the room wanting to speak in favor of this application? And anybody wanting to speak against this application? All right, let me turn it over to the committee. Committee, do we have any questions? Councillor Zavitz.
Excuse me, thank you, and through you. So in the figure 12, the photo shows this one of the three TPs, and it references TPs / accommodation units. Could you speak to what accommodation that is? Is that overnight accommodation? Is that sleeping, or is this during the day and it's used for different retreats or whatever? I'm wondering that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
through you, Mr. Chair. They're intended to be overnight accommodations. Yes. Yeah. People rent
Yep,
those.
supplemental, of course.
Well, sorry, and I guess it would be then to staff. So to have 30 people sleeping with what seems to be somewhat limited, washroom facilities, if you will, I guess I would ask staff. Clearly, they're recommending approval of this. What was their thought process as they went through this? And
Ms. Beamish?
for somebody to come forward and put 30 people in 3 small housing units is something we don't see every day, to be quite honest.
Ms. Beamish?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The current capacity of the TPs, as staff understand it, is a maximum of 10 people per night. So with 3 TPs, that's 30 people. Staff do have some concerns with the servicing and intensity of use on the properties. So we have recommended that a revision to the bylaw be passed to limit the maximum accommodation to 5 people per TP or accommodation units. That would be 15 people total on the property. But I can.
Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Beamish, for your answer there. I'll just elaborate a little bit. I think we've heard from our chief building official that there would be a need to upgrade the septic system on site, so that would occur if this application were to be approved. And I've actually seen photos of, I haven't been inside the tent accommodations, but I've seen photos and they're actually quite nice. They've got some bunk beds and so on and so forth in there. So as Ms. Beamish had indicated, we've reduced the total occupancy to 5 from 10, and we think that is a good recommendation. Thank you.
Okay.
If I could just add a quick comment, Mr. Chair, it's my understanding from the property owners that although the TPs could sleep 10 each, it was very rare, if ever, that all 3 of those would be fully booked at one time. They tend to book smaller groups at once, and you might see 10, 15 people at a time there anyway. But if it's staff's direction to reduce the total occupancy, then that's acceptable.
Thank you. Committee, any other questions?
Oh, sorry, I'm being told that there's some questions about that. Sorry.
I am. Sorry, come up to the microphone, yeah.
Like the occupancy for 10 people per TP, that's usually families that are staying there. And sometimes they have family reunions. That's the only time that we have that many people coming and staying there. In those years that we have been running this business, there have never been any issues with that. If we do need extra facilities like toilets, we will rent them. But usually what we have is totally sufficient. We have not had any complaints. You can read even our reviews online and see how happy the people are staying there. But reducing the number to 5 makes it unable, we cannot continue on that basis. Then we will close the business. You know, like we find that everything has been taken care of on our part to protect the environment, to have the facilities that we need to accommodate the people. And really, you know, like we feel that any changes to it are unnecessary and would put a burden on us that is at this point where we only intend on running is for maybe another 2 years, not feasible.
So I'm sorry, if you could just stay for a minute. I think you said you couldn't run it with 5, but my understanding is you're being limited to 15 instead of 30.
Well, I'm talking about 5 per teepee. They are set up to accommodate 10. And a lot, like we do not have a lot of bookings. This year we have like 1 booking, you know, like the last year was very low for bookings too, because the economy is just not there for people to, you know, go on holiday. However, to take that away, that we can have like a family reunion there where we maybe have occasionally 30 people there, that really cuts into the business outlook. You know,
So you
even
do, but you do understand this severance will limit it to 15 people. You will not be allowed to have more than 15.
well, then we probably go ahead and close the business and don't run it anymore.
Councillor Kent.
Just a question for either of you. Do you operate this, advertise on Airbnb? How do you get your?
It is, it's accommodation only. People will bring their own food and cook. It's just advertised on our website or on Google. We do not have it advertised on any of hotel.com or whatever. So it's limited usually for people that live in the GTA or in this area that will come out. And most of the time we will have only a few people that are under 15. It's just occasionally that we will exceed that. You know, I could look at last year, but I don't have that available, what was there. But I don't think we had a big group like that last year even.
Thank you.
Mr. Hetzige, do you have any comments? Because what your applicant is saying is inconsistent with what you've been saying.
Well, it's their property ultimately, Mr. Chair. I suppose if they're not willing to reduce the unit count, is that something that the committee would be open to discussing?
Well, our staff has recommended 15 for numerous environmental reasons. I'm not sure. Do our staff have any comment? Beamish?
Through you, Chair. As outlined in the report, staff are recommending a reduced occupancy to ensure that the use remains in character with the surrounding residential properties, to prevent any conflicts, to ensure that the potential servicing is adequate, and staff believe that reducing the number makes it more appropriate. If committee would like to discuss remaining at 10 people per unit, that's certainly something, but I may also refer to Mr. Sharp. Thanks.
Mr. Hetzige?
Mr. Schlichte had just asked me how staff had reached that determination. I'm not sure if we could go into that a little
I
bit.
think she just explained it.
Yeah.
Ms. Beamish just explained it.
Yeah.
It's for the character and the environmental associated with septic, if I got that correctly. Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, and through you. So I guess to staff, is this a square footage per teepee cumulative issue, or is it a septic capacity issue that could be rectified by a larger septic is the question? I mean, there's bunk beds. I don't know. It's not my dynamic, but so that's the question, I guess.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a little bit more complex than just limiting the occupancy level. I think we have to be reminded that this is a use that isn't permitted on the property. There's a very unique zoning that's been put forward to accommodate this use, which is somewhat unusual in the township, in the sense that we didn't feel that there was no existing zone that really permits this type of use within the rural area. So of course, there's all kinds of considerations, as Mr. Huizinga had pointed out. A lot of our staff have been involved in this, and it was heavily debated internally. What was the right way to go with respect to this application? Is it a resort? Is it a tent and trailer park? Is it a private camp? Is it a home-based business? Is it a bed and breakfast? And I think one could argue that it has elements of all of those considerations. But I think ultimately what we landed on was to call it a small-scale rural retreat. And I think small scale is important. And I think when we looked at it, we saw that there was a total occupancy of 30 people in 3 tent accommodation units. And then there's considerations around, okay, well, if there's 30 people on site and say, you know, it's 3 families of 10 and those families don't know each other, and one family is up late at night partying, you know, it just seems like it could be trouble perhaps down the road. So I think we felt from a compatibility standpoint that it made sense to restrict the number of occupants. We also heard from Mr. Huizinga that, and I think he even stated it today, that it was quite rare to have that number of people on the property. So I think that factored into our decision as well. And then ultimately, we had received comments from the township's building division with respect to servicing, most specifically noting that it doesn't appear that the existing gray water system on the property complies with the Ontario Building Code. So I think, you know, I think staff's recommendation to limit the number to 15 or 5 per unit is justifiable in this case. But ultimately, you know, it's up to committee to decide. Thank you.
Mr. Huizinga?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hearing what staff are saying, absolutely understand their position there. But correct me if I'm wrong, I think this change to the 5 units per TP was fairly recent addition. It's perhaps something that the property owners are not comfortable with today. So again, I'd ask if committee is open to considering just leaving the 10 per unit as has it existed and functioned on the property for the last 10 years. Understanding, of course, that there are some perhaps improvements to the property that need to be made from a gray water disposal standpoint. But otherwise, again, I think they would just prefer to have the flexibility to accommodate the number of guests that they have been accommodating for the past decade plus.
Councillor Burry.
Thank you. And through you, a question. Was this business set up legally in the first place? I know it's been there a long time, but just because it's been there a long time doesn't make it legal. So is this I mean, we're trying to change the zoning to make it legal.
Through you, Chair. The business does not appear to be legal complying, which is essentially why we're here today. Mr. Huizinga may be able to elaborate, but I understand that there was perhaps a soccer camp or some type of camp that may have been operating on the property at one point in time as well. But it's my understanding that the applicants have since opted to walk away from that. But perhaps he could elaborate. Thank you.
Mr. Huizinga?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Bryce. Yes, there was a small soccer camp that was also in operation on the property. It's my understanding from the property owners that when they had decided to initiate this business, they had approached the township at the time and asked if any permits or approvals were required. And at that time, 10, 12 years ago, they were told that this could function as a home-based business. And perhaps Mr. Schlichte has a little more information if that's acceptable.
Mr. Schlichte, could you start with your name and address, please?
Yeah, my name is Johann Schlichte, and I'm the husband from Elke, and the address is 1325 Beatrice Townline. First, if you would go through the brochures, you would know that I have never been any soccer camps up on that place. The soccer camps were in Aurora on a church property, and the coaching I did was in universities in Sudbury and around the area. It was offered to the people when they came out with their families if the kids wanted to play soccer, to get some coaching. Soccer camps never have been done there. And then again, we're having 3 teepees with the 10 people in there, but also each teepee has their own washrooms. So that has to be pointed out. And the washrooms are set up like the outhouses you can rent. And where the sewage is going on gets pumped out once a year or twice a year, depends on what's going on. So yeah, right now we had to pump it out twice over the last 10 years. So that tells you how much space is underneath the washrooms to put the sewage in. Okay, so somehow there is a misunderstanding here somewhere.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. Wondering, ask the question, is this a seasonal operation? And if so, what is that period, that business period?
Through you,
Mr.
Mr.
Zinga.
Chair, thank you. It's my understanding that this is a seasonal operation. I believe it runs from May to October, and I believe that's going to be put into the zoning bylaw as amended. Looking to staff, but I believe that was the change that was suggested. So it would be enforced through zoning.
If we could just. Thank you. Supplemental.
Thank you, and through you. Does the seasonal moniker give staff any latitude?
That question for Mr. Sharp.
Sure.
Through you, Chair, I'm not sure I understand your question. Latitude in what regard?
Well, we've just been told it is a seasonal operation, and I wouldn't suggest we would be more lax with seasonality versus 12 months a year. Does that give us, in terms of zoning, any flexibility? And I guess the answer to that is no.
Councillor Zavitz, the proposal already limits it to be seasonal.
Right, but I guess what I'm asking is, within the scope of that aspect of it, does that give us any latitude as a committee?
Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair. One of the recommendations that staff have put forward in terms of a revision to the bylaw would be to define the use as being seasonal. So again, enshrining that in the bylaw to help with future enforcement. There's a detail with respect to the servicing that relates to the seasonality that is very important. All of the considerations related to servicing and the type of servicing that would be utilized for this use would be based on its seasonality. I'm not sure if that helps answer your question, but I think definitely, there's I suppose the seasonality consideration assists with the small scale nature or the intended small scale nature of the resort, or sorry, the rural retreat. Thank you.
Director Huff.
Thank you. I would just maybe add to Manager Sharp's explanation. On the flip side, if this was a permanent proposal for 30 year-round spaces, I think the analysis would be much different, and there would certainly be some more implications that staff would have to consider. So I think we're able to come to the recommendation that we are because of the fact that this is a seasonal proposal.
Councillor Kent.
I was just wondering, this is really for Bryce, and would we ever consider, or is it a reasonable accommodation that, I guess they could first of all present the data of how many times have they had 30 people each year for the last 5 years, which I suggest might be once a year, that they bring in that they get an exception to do it once a year, bring it with the accommodation that they had to bring in some porta potties. Do you know what I mean? Like something that would allow them to continue to run their business and not debilitate what appears to be one of the primary moneymakers for them. That's important. I'm just trying to find a way to accommodate an exception as long as it would be consistent with prior practice. Just an idea. Maybe it's completely out to lunch, but the data, it'd be interesting to see how many times this, if it's 3 or 4 times a year, that's not reasonable. But if it's once a season, maybe that is something that somebody could think about.
Well, Mr. Sharp is looking up something, I think, to answer the question. Mr. Zinga, we've got an inconsistency here. And, you know, there's a possibility that delaying this might be a good idea to have that worked out. But let me ask Mr. Sharp to reply to Councillor Kent's question.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And that's actually an excellent point, Councillor Kent. The zoning bylaw actually accommodates consideration for occasional or special event in any zone within the township, provided certain criteria are met. It can occur on more than 2 occasions in a calendar year, and it can exceed 7 consecutive calendar days, and all requirements of the Ontario Building Code need to be met. So, for example, if there were you know, a couple of occasions in a calendar year where some type of special event or occasional event was being held, that is perhaps something that could be considered by the property owners. Thank you.
All right, so that's a consideration. I don't know that we want to make that a consideration here in the room. Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. And that's through the chair. I have quite a few questions. On page 41, 29 of their report, there's a building there. Looks like three doorways and a hand pump there. Is that where the outhouses are?
Would we be able to pull that up on screen just to confirm?
We'll try. It's page 41 of the report.
This building there?
Yeah,
That is the washroom building.
That's the washrooms. Now, is there a well to that? I see you're collecting rainwater by the looks of it.
I believe it's only rainwater. Is that, yes?
It's only rainwater. Where is the potable water? Are there showers on the property?
I believe there is not potable water available at the teepees. People often bring their own water to consume. That water is not drinkable. If there is potable water needed, I believe it's available at the house. Just looking to the clients to confirm, I believe that's the case. Yeah.
Now, the 3 outhouses that I see there, are they going into a holding tank or it's actually pumped?
They feed into a holding tank, and that was Mr. Schlichte just mentioned there. It's used infrequently enough that they don't have to pump it very often, but it is a holding tank that was installed by a septic installer and is pumped out when it needs to be.
Okay. I would imagine I'd like to have the building inspector have that checked out just to make sure that everything is right, because putting that number of people on it and that it is serious, especially if there's no shower facilities. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Edwards, I apologize. Oh, I see. Thank you. Mr. Snyder?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go back to Councillor Kent's question first regarding seasonal or portable washroom facilities. That would be an option for seasonal use or for the events mentioned by Manager Sharp. And moving on to Councillor Edwards' question, records revealed that the privies, the vault privies, as they would be described and considered by the building code, have no record of inspection or no record of permit, as well as the description provided by the applicant's agent that there are some shower facilities there that gray water is directed to that vault or holding tank. That is not compliant with the Ontario Building Code and would need to be resolved with any approvals, as well as any building permits for I think it was deemed kitchen building or that facility greater than 108 square feet in area.
Mr. Uzanga?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to clarify the gray water is not being directed to the holding tank, it's my understanding. The gray water currently doesn't have a management system, so if there is a gray water management system needed, that's definitely a consideration. But as far as I'm told by the applicants, the gray water is not pumped into the same holding tank as the privy. It's only used for human waste.
Could you or the owners answer the question about whether what was it called, a special event permit with Johnny on the spots could be twice a year? Would that be satisfactory? So
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd probably have to confer with them.
SCHLICHTE, if you'd like to.
So they're asking if we assume this 15 unit maximum, you'd be able to once or twice a year have events that were larger?
No, the question is you can only have 2 events a year with 15 people each.
15
Oh,
people.
1 week.
Exceeding 15 people.
No. 30 people in total. I beg your pardon. You're right. 30 people in total, but only twice a season for 1 week each. That's the limit of the building code.
Chair, would that require a permit each time an event was being held?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it's not really an event that we are holding because it's only families that will stay with us. And we don't do any events at our place. We just accommodate them for a night where they want to have a family reunion. It might be very difficult to ask for a permit for, like, the people may book on Thursday night and come Friday night and, have booked all 3 teepees because they happen to be all 3 available. Now, that doesn't mean that 30 people will come out. Maybe there's only 5 in one teepee, 10 in another, and 6 in another. But having a permit applied for something like that, I don't think it falls under events because.
All right. Let me just, Councillor Burry. And then
So I have a point of order. I really am uncomfortable with negotiating in public on an application that the base piece for me is the septic system, the sewage treatment, the gray water is unacceptable for the use. We need to go back to make sure that if we're concerned about the environment, which some of us are, including you, sir, the chair, we need to move it back to the first piece in order to have any kind of discussion on any kind of use that is not currently permitted. Needs to go back to that base piece to have our building department satisfied that the septic capacity for what's being proposed is appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Burry. That is actually part of the proposal, that they wouldn't be allowed to do it unless our building department.
I heard pushback from the proponent on doing the septic work. Maybe my radar was up. I don't know. I heard a pushback.
Very well. Councillor, Mr. Huizenga, I would suggest that we should delay this, defer it, and you and your clients can work out exactly what they want and bring it back to staff. How does staff, Mr. Sharp, how do you feel about that?
Thank you, Chair. Essentially, we'd just be looking for some clarification on the intent of the deferral. If it's for staff to consider certain considerations, we need to know what those are in order for us to do the work. If it's simply to allow Mr. Huizenga and his clients time to consider our recommendation, then that's certainly fine too, but it would just be helpful for us to know what the intent of
Well,
that
I
deferral
think
would
the
be.
intent is we've got a non-compliant business, but a business nonetheless, and wanting to try to help them make it work. And we've, had an inconsistency that's been revealed here in the meeting. And this is not the place to work those out. And I was just recommending that we send it back and see. You did come up, we came up with an idea of a rental of porta potties as a potential solution. So, there might be others like that. Mayor Kelly and then Councillor Mazin.
Thank you very much. And through you, I frankly don't see the value in a deferral. To be honest with you, we have an excellent report prepared by our staff, supplemented with input from Mr. Snyder from the building department that indicates that there are a lot of issues. To suggest we haven't already been working with this business to try to solve the problem, makes me wonder what all of this kind of gymnastics we've been doing to create new, new zones and work with them. That's what we've done to try to accommodate this. Our job, I believe, is to take the information from our staff, which, as I said, I'll repeat, is an excellent report, comprehensive, extensive, covered all the issues. The only thing that's come up that's new is the possibility of a special events permit, call it what you want. It gives a pressure relief valve if the 5 per TP 15 in total is too low. I think it's a great opportunity to bypass that, but we can't engineer an entirely new special events program to suit the needs of one business. So I've heard everything that I need to hear. I am not going to, hopefully not going to support a deferral that says, please go back and relax your standards. The question is this the best that we have to offer? And if it is, and I think it is, a pretty damn good, well underwritten file. Our job is to pass it, and I think the property owner's routine then is to find a way to comply.
Councillor Mazin?
Thank you, and through you. Very similar comments. I don't think it's our job ever to ensure a business is viable. That's the incumbent upon whatever business it is in the township. When I was looking at this, our job is to ensure that our planning application that is before us is well considered, well thought out, and is relevant. And how I view this is staff have had a long discussion, as explained by the applicant, to try to come up with actually a unique situation with redefining a rural zone that had currently not existed. I thought the interesting new factor, as Mayor Kelly just said, was the concept of a special event permit allows for some of the flexibility, but that's quite frankly a business decision, right? We've just provided that. What we are here in task for is to ensure that any property is being conducted in a way that is consistent with what we consider the standards of our township, and our professional staff have worked tirelessly, it seems to me, to try to come to an agreeable solution. And just a comment, I think the underpinning of a lot of this is the sewage system. We have a sewage system program going through the entire township to ensure, if there is one program we've done that is equitable and is designed around ensuring the quality of our environment, it is our sewage inspection program. So if we just even start with that, I think that becomes a really good, important factor. And what I've heard from staff, both planning and from our building inspector, is there's deficiencies. Well, let's start with that and make sure that it's at a standard we're comfortable with. So I'm in a position to be able to make a decision as well today. Thank you.
Mr. Uzanga, do you have a comment?
I believe Mr. Schlichte has a comment.
Mr. Schlichte, could you give us your name and address, please?
Yep, Dan Schlichte, 1329 Beatrice Townline, so just a few driveways up. So just hopefully in final, and thank you again, everybody, for putting all this together. It's been a 4-year journey to try to get to this point. And yes, there was some frustrations along the way. Just to start off with, this business being in, my parents' business being in the works for over 10 years already. And take my word for it or not, but they would never do anything illegally. And when they approached the town, this office, at that time, there was no permits required. They made those inquiries, and things change. I get it. Rules change, and maybe some of that stuff changed. But at this point, first of all, I think at this point, we're going to accept the 5 per TP. We'll go forward with that. And I think the approach beyond that is if we see, or if my parents see fit to go beyond that, past that, we'll review a submission for improved septic facilities and anything else that would require upgrades or improvements. And we would address it that way. Yeah, I think that's about it. I don't want to, the whole purpose of this is for us to be closer to my parents as they age so they can live where they are today. The whole purpose of the business is to supplement their income, which I don't want to take away from them either. So this last point really is just to get us, right now, we're all co-owners of the property. I want to be able to get out of the estate planning portion of it because I have other siblings. I'm sure some of you know how ugly that gets when it gets to that point. So we're really just trying to find a common road that, you know, accommodates everybody. We meet the rules as they're written today, and come to an agreement. And I think that's probably the best route to take right now in order to move forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Committee, I'm going to read the resolution and then we can have a debate. Oh, Mr. Snyder?
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to address the comments of Mr. Schlichte in regards to the approval that's being discussed today would not have impact on the requirements to provide a building code approved gray water management system, a gray water system of some sort, or other sewage system to address the uses on the property. I would express that the existing as described is not compliant if approved or not approved. If this is removed, that's fine. If approved, the sewage system would need to be brought into compliance.
Thank you very much. Committee. Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that consent application B42/24ML be approved subject to the following conditions. That a satisfactory registerable deed, description, deed, of the severed lot be submitted to the township along with a registered copy of the reference plan. That the availability of entrance permits be confirmed by the township's operational services department for the severed and retained lots. The cash in lieu of parkland be dedicated to the township in the amount of 5% of the assessed value of the newly created lot or the entire lands, whichever is less. That the retained and severed lots be made subject to the site plan control, and that zoning applications be approved to address rural lot creation requirements, including minimum lot frontage and lot area. Committee, any further discussion? I think we've cleared up a few of the points here. Councillor Edwards.
At this point, I'd still like to see what the building department and that, because what they may require, they may not be able to afford to put in. We have an inspection system for cottages with their septic systems, and that will let 15 people use it with a holding tank and no gray water. If we're looking after the environment, I'd like to find out just what it is before I actually approve it. So I would support the severance at this point, but I'm having trouble with the actual application to have the tent and trailer park.
Mr. Sharp, my understanding is he's not going to get the severance unless he meets the conditions of the building department. Is that correct?
Through you, Chair. Yes, there's a lot of checks and balances in place with respect to the severance to make sure that the servicing is done appropriately. And as we've heard from Mr. Snyder, there's a requirement if the application is approved, the commercial aspect will need to be demonstrated that it's appropriately serviced as well. So there are checks and balances in place on a number of counts to make sure that the servicing is addressed. And you know, it's ultimately up to the owner to decide how they want to handle the financial considerations related to that. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Now the consent application. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor Roberts. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 56/24 be approved subject to the following revisions to the draft bylaw. That the draft bylaw be updated to revise Schedule 2, remove the hatching of the identified development envelope within the required side yard setback on the retained lot and to update labeling of the buildings and structures. That the draft bylaw be revised to include in the proposed definition of the small scale rural retreat, that it be operated on a seasonally basis only, that accommodations only be provided in tent accommodation units, and to specify that the maximum number of guests per tent accommodation unit is 5. That the draft bylaw be revised to update Schedules 2 and 3 with the numerical value of the setbacks of the existing shed and sun deck within the required side yard setback, and that the draft bylaw be revised to restrict buildings and structures within the rural commercial small scale rural retreat RUCZ zone to only the buildings and the structures that currently exist and currently consist of a main dwelling, 3 tent accommodation units, washroom, kitchens, buildings, and sheds. Any discussion on this? All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. All right. We can move on to the next application, which is ZBA 0. It's a zoning bylaw amend application. That's ZBA 02/25 night shift. And it's Ms. Walker is on this.
Thank you very much, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 02/25 in the name of Night and Shift, Inc. The subject lands are known municipally as 2505 Windermere Road, Unit 1 to 3. Next slide. There we go. And the site plan's just there on the screen in front of you. I would direct committee to the site plan on the screen and to page 98 of the agenda package. The subject property is located in the community of Windermere and fronts onto Windermere Road. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 02/25 is to rezone the subject property from community residential unserviced community R3 to community commercial C3. As a result of the proposed rezoning, an existing building containing a retail store, an accessory dwelling unit, and an additional accessory dwelling unit require certain exemptions from the township's comprehensive zoning bylaw. The exemptions include various setbacks from lot lines and to permit a multiple dwelling on private services. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, Matt Vetch, the township's development and transportation engineering coordinator, Douglas Holland, the township's fire prevention officer, and Emily Ramler, planner for the district of Muskoka. A letter was also received from Sally Lawton and Ed Thompson, neighboring property owners to the north, which outlined some concerns with the proposal. All comments were circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 02/25 be approved, subject to the revisions recommended in the staff report. The recommended revisions are as follows. To revise Schedule 2 to identify an existing balcony, stairs, and shed that are not shown on the submitted site plan and revise the bylaw as necessary. To only permit the following main uses: a clinic, convenience store, financial business, office, personal service shop, restaurant, and retail store, and to only permit the following accessory uses: artist studio, cultural center, residential dwelling unit, residential multiple dwelling, office, and staff quarters. To limit the maximum daily sanitary sewage flow to 5,000 liters per day, and that a holding provision be implemented for the issuance and final inspection of a building permit to upgrade and or replace the existing septic system. I have no further comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. So the applicant's agents, are they in the room? Let me first, very good.
Good morning, Chair Bosmith and committee. My name is Ruth Ann Brown, 1743 Brackenrig Road, Utterson, Ontario, P0B1M0. I am the applicant's agent for this application, but I'm also their realtor for the sale of 2505 Windermere Road. First off, we would like to thank Ms. Walker and staff for all their hard work with this application and also for their professionalism and patience in guiding us and navigating us through this process. As noted in the staff report, the property is conditionally sold, and it is conditional basically on the successful outcome of this application. Since the property is conditionally sold, we have not been able to publicly disclose what the buyer's intended use of the property is. But the buyer is here today and she's going to let you know what her plan is. We are empathetic to the neighbors' concerns. The property lines are very close to each other. And so we are very empathetic to why there are certain permitted uses in the C3 zoning that they would not be open to. But we are hoping that after you hear the buyer's description of their plan, that the neighbors' concerns will be resolved. Which brings me to my point. After hearing the buyer's intended use, we respectfully request that the committee amend the staff recommendation and allow athletic club to remain as the only permitted use within the place of amusement designation. And if possible, we would appreciate if you would hear from the buyer before you hear from any other people speaking in support or opposition to this application. So thank you, committee, for your time and consideration, and I am here to answer any questions or clarify any points if need be.
Thank you very much. I think it would be appropriate to have the potential buyer present.
Hi, my name is Sydney Mayer. My address is 200 Sudbury Street, Toronto, Ontario, M6J0H1. I also do have a cottage up here, 32 Old Sids Road in Seguin as well. So I just want to echo Ruth Ann. Thank you for taking the time today to listen. I am here to respectfully request again that we are granted a zoning exception for the operation of a local fitness facility, or as we're calling it, athletic club. I do understand why fitness studios or gyms could be considered under a place of amusement in general terms, but I do particularly believe that my studio doesn't fit the intent or the spirit of a place of amusement, and I have a couple reasons as to why. So the first reason is that this studio is prioritizing wellness. It's not prioritizing entertainment. It's not a big box gym. It's not a recreational arcade or an entertainment facility. It's a professionally operated fitness and wellness studio, offering really small group classes by professionally trained, certified trained instructors. So we're only allowing 14 machines, Pilates machines in the studio at once. So there's no possibility of having overflow there. So it's a very small knit community. The environment's also calm, it's uplifting, it's supportive, it's restorative. I think when you would walk into the studio, you would feel it's more similar to a wellness clinic, therapeutic space versus, let's say, an entertainment venue that would fall under place of amusement. The second point is more about the risks that are associated, and I also understand where the neighbors are coming from, but we will have minimal impact around the surrounding area. So the studio is intentionally low traffic. As I said, 14 machines maximum, so 14 people maximum within the studio at a time. So it's low traffic, and I want it to be really community focused. The classes are limited to daytime hours only. We're currently going to have classes from 8:30 to 12:30, so not too early in the morning, not in the evening or at night at all, and only running from Thursday to Sunday, so to really have a small window of time when people would be in and out of the studio itself. There's no outdoor patios, no outdoor speakers or anything like that that could cause noise disruptions outside. And also noise won't be amplified to be heard outside. The thing about teaching Pilates is that we have to speak to our clients a ton, describe how the movements is, how you should be feeling in it. Loud music contradicts that consistently. So we can't have the music too loud anyways, because we want our clients to be able to hear us and enjoy the workout. Another thing is that all classes have to be booked in advance, so there won't be a ton of any walk-ins coming in. So that does, and with the limited class sizes, that does mitigate some traffic congestion or concerns there. And I did read the bylaw. I will say I'm a Pilates instructor. Math isn't my strong suit, but as for the bylaw, I do think that we're required 1 space per 4 heads. So if you think about that with the 14 people plus the dwellings on top, I think max we should need is 7 spaces, and we have that in the back of the property. And then you also have to think about the foot traffic coming from the Windermere Hotel, people boating in. Driving, I don't think will actually be the primary way that people might be coming to the studio itself. So then moving on from the actual risks, I want to talk about the studio itself. So I really want the studio to be meaningful and have community benefits. So I know that Muskoka Lakes is deeply rooted in, nature, balance, well-being for everyone, the environment. And this studio does contribute directly to that. So we'll be providing a space for people to care for their physical and mental health within their own township, not having to drive 45 minutes, an hour just to get their daily workout in, which is so important for physical and mental health. We're offering a local accessible alternative to commercial big gyms and other wellness services. Also, I think that our studio does align directly with the township's vision. So I know the zoning bylaws are there to protect the character of communities, the environment, but it's also to support small scale economy and also provide essential services for residents living there. And we're doing just that. So we're supporting health and wellness, both physical and mental. We're fostering local entrepreneurship, which is so important. And then also we want to maintain the respectful tone of the surrounding area. So Muskoka is somewhere near and dear to me. I've been coming here my whole life. So I want the studio's ethos to be a part of that.
You are coming up on your 5 minutes.
Perfect. Good. Right on time. So in light of these considerations, with the low limitations on hour, low traffic impact, and just the clear health-centered vision, I do respectfully ask that we get a zoning exemption for athletic club. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody wishing to speak in favor of this application? And do we have anybody in the room or online who would wish to speak against this application? Very well. Ms. Walker, could you talk to us about the request to have it as a whatever the word the applicant used?
Yeah, I think I know where you're going with this. So an athletic club or a Pilates studio, this is the first time staff really in the last couple of days is hearing of this proposal. So we haven't had an opportunity to review it against our policies, consider how the servicing would be impacted or if parking could be accommodated. It sounds like the applicants have taken a look at those and are comfortable they could make that accommodation. I think in staff's opinion, we wouldn't necessarily have a concern within the athletic club use in the community zone, but I think we'd want a better opportunity just to review the proposal, maybe put a specific definition in the bylaw and then return to committee once we have a chance to review the proposal closely ourselves, but also touch base with our building division to make sure that they don't have any concerns. I would imagine an athletic club would have additional plumbing fixtures that may need to be incorporated, showers, change rooms. So that's all things that would be considered as part of the servicing component to this application.
Committee, do we have any other questions? Oh, Mr. Sharp, thank you.
Thank you through you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Walker. Excellent answer to that question. The only point that I would just make is that with respect to this particular property, there are some constraints in terms of servicing and its size. And when the potential purchaser has indicated that they've done some parking calculations and some parking, given some thought to parking considerations. Something that may complicate that is just the requirement for a new septic system and where that would be located on the property. So I just wanted to be forthcoming with respect to that and just point that out, that may be a further consideration that would need to be addressed. Thank you.
So I'm hearing then that staff's recommending we defer this to get these points cleared out. Is that right, Ms. Walker?
I think that would be what staff would be comfortable with at this point to be able to recommend the additional use.
if I
Yes.
may.
Yep.
Just add a couple of points onto that, because those are really great points that I probably should have talked about. In terms of the septic, yeah, we got an approval to get a quote in if we need to redo it and upsize it. So there's no issues there. Where it was placed, I totally get that. We might have to look at the parking, but the garage itself can fit 4 cars likely itself in the back. So that's a very big garage that could be used. It has currently a lot of golf carts in there being used under construction. So there's a lot of space in there. In terms of the facilities, I actually plan on having it being pretty minimal up here. So there will be a washroom, of course. We aren't going to not let people go pee, but in terms of a shower, there will be a change room, but no showers in this. It is Muskoka. It's well known that people come for a workout and then they're going to their cottage after. So it will be actually very marketed out that it's very kind of minimal in that aspect. If you've gone to the Boathouse Yoga, they actually don't have really any facilities there. They have one public washroom and people come, do a great workout, and then they go jump in the lake or shower. So we actually won't be adding in any additional plumbing in that sense. We'll just be redoing the plumbing that's in the downstairs space currently right now, if that helps.
Ms. Walker, any comment?
I think that's all really positive information to have, and it sounds like the applicants put a lot of thought into this. Again, I think staff would prefer to defer the application before we can support the additional use, but again, it's up to committee how they decide to proceed.
Committee, do we have a general sense that makes sense? Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. It does make sense, but I am aware though that there's a potential sale that's hanging in the balance, and I'm not sure of our. First of all, usually we get a full application, and that wasn't provided, right? So I understand the challenges. I just don't know if there's anything in our wording that says they will update the septic and they will do those things that we require so that they can move forward with this application.
Ms. Walker, do you have any comments on that?
I think from staff's opinion, we have to take the real estate component out of our recommendation. In terms of servicing, we have recommended that a hold zone be placed on the property until the septic is updated, replaced, and final inspection has been given. But again, it's not my area of expertise. I think it would be wise to have our building division take a look at the proposal to make sure they're also comfortable and allow staff time to craft with the applicant and the buyer a definition of the exact use that they're looking to put in. I can appreciate that this is what their intent is, but we also need to look to the future. If the property was to change hands at any point, that it's very clear what the athletic club use is permitted to be.
Mr. Sharp?
Thank you, Chair. And again, Ms. Walker, excellent answer. You know, it's not our job as planners to influence real estate transactions. So I certainly don't want that I don't want it to be perceived that way. But I think, you know, there are some considerations here that could implicate the purchaser's ability to utilize the property the way that they intend. And it may be in her best interest to proceed with a deferral just to get that clarity before moving forward with the purchase. But that's, you know, that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yes, just one point about that. I do understand, but just thinking from like a business impact perspective, the season has already started and it is a seasonal business, right? So any deferrals would potentially close off the season for this year. As of right now, with projections, it's likely August we'd be able to open up. So just as a consideration that any deferrals on that likely is going to shut down the season, which has a huge business impact.
Councillor.
Thank you.
Nishikawa.
It's a clarification I thought I heard. I thought I heard the applicant say that they did apply for a permit, a septic permit. It wasn't from staff.
Ms. Walker?
I thought I heard septic or
Ms. Walker?
I can give our side and then
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some additional clarification, but my understanding through this application process, because we had concerns with the servicing, especially because the 2 units, residential units that exist on the property, need an exemption to be permitted on private services, and to continue that use, we required septic information and servicing information up front. So licensed septic installer has been to the property, and I believe that's likely what the applicant or the potential buyer was referring to. And a licensed septic installer has been out to take a look at the property and say if the septic can be replaced on the property. That has been confirmed, but they did acknowledge it's going to be quite tight, so it could limit the amount of flow that it can handle on the property.
Yes, just to confirm, we got the quote in from the septic company. So that's where we're at right now, and then would move forward with whatever we were able to do if it's required to get this zoning exemption. So yes, no permit, but we're on the way to do it. We were just kind of waiting to hear from today.
Mr. Snyder, do you have a comment, or are you just there for in case?
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just elaborate on Ms. Walker's comments. Yes, through this process, staff has received a report from qualified designer establishing that a sewage system could be replaced on the property and be compliant. There is a limited flow available due to the area, and just wanted to express that that could have impact on the availability of occupant load to both the dwellings above or the business below.
Ms. Brown, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just a couple comments. First comment, we did explain to Ms. Walker that the intent of the buyers was to put a Pilates studio in there. I can't remember what date that was when I met with you in the office, so my apologies, I don't know the exact date of that. And because we looked up what C3 meant, and place of amusement seemed to have a athletic club, and so we figured, okay, that's where it would fall under, because we thought there was no sense in proceeding with this if their intended use wasn't even going to fall into that category to begin with. So we first learned of the neighbors' request to remove place of amusement when we received the report. So that was kind of why this is all being brought to light today. Second, I agree, a decision should not be made based on a real estate transaction. It's not a transactional thing, but it is a community thing. And this building sat empty last summer, and there's lots of questions around that in the community about what's going on with it. And that, again, it's not about the real estate. It is about someone who wants to bring a business to this area and get it up and running and get people excited and bring it into the community.
Staff, any comments? There seems to be a number of open items here. Ms. Walker?
What I can say is the application that was submitted to staff did not involve the Pilates studio, so that was not part of our review. There may have been some initial discussions, but the formal application submitted was a strict rezoning of the property, so that is how staff has reviewed the application. Again, we're open to looking at the additional use to be added. But again, I think we would want to review that closer before making a recommendation on the athletic club specifically.
Mr. Sharp, any additional comments?
A couple comments. So first, with respect to timing, I just wanted to reiterate that staff's recommendation is actually would involve the implementation of a holding symbol on the property owing to the services, and there would need to be actions taken in order to address the matters required in the hold, and the hold would actually need to be lifted. And there's a process associated with that. Another application would need to be filed. It would come back to this planning committee and then to council and so on and so forth. So there is a process and a timing consideration there for the potential purchaser. So yeah, those are my comments. There can be situations where, as you know, certain requirements can be sorted out between planning committee and council.
Thank you. I was just
sometimes those can be accommodated. this may be one of those instances, at least with respect to certain considerations, related to the Pilates studio. But I think they're, irregardless of that, there's still going to be a holding symbol. So, with weighing all of that, I'm not sure how much further ahead we would be to try to push it to council. A deferral may be best, but we're in your hands, of course. Thank you.
All right, so just if I could play that back, you could potentially deal with the issues that have been raised by the fact that the proposal is a Pilates club, that you could accommodate those between now and coming back to council, and would that be when the hold is lifted, or do we come to council and then just wait till the hold is lifted?
So I think the options in front of you, Chair, would be to defer, would be to proceed to council with certain revisions included in your resolution to incorporate a Pilates studio. And the details of that could be addressed between now and council. And we would be working with the applicant's agent to address those items. And further to that, there would be a hold that would, at least that's been recommended. A decision hasn't been made yet, but at least that's been recommended by staff. So assuming that gains committee's endorsement and is approved by council, that would ultimately need to be addressed and lifted as well. So there's a timing consideration above and beyond any deferral.
Understand.
Related to that. Thank you.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, and just if I could ask, then could you explain, just so we are all understanding, if we went with that option to go to council, we agree in principle with whatever those conditions were. Can you explain the hold process then? There's a hold on here, so explain how that would unfold and what that timing might look like. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, and thank you for your question, Councillor. So it's been recommended that a holding provision be implemented for the issuance and final inspection of a building permit to upgrade and replace the existing septic system on the property. So that septic system would need to be, building permit would need to be applied for. That septic system would need to be installed and final inspected by the township. And then there would be a further application that would come to this planning committee to lift the holding provision. At which time the owner could proceed with their intended plans.
Councillor Zavitz?
Thank you. Through you, to that end, the reality then of timing, just so everyone understands, is that if this thing gets deferred, it's going to be, June before it comes back to planning? Or if it goes even right to council, it'll still be July before this is approved. Am I wrong? If just for their interest.
Mr. Sharp, I think that's a fair summary, but Mr. Sharp.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, so if planning committee were to make a recommendation today, it would go to council in June. And then there would be the holding provision that would be implemented per our recommendation. Obviously, there's a lot of work involved there. An application for a building permit would need to be filed. The system itself would need to be installed, which doesn't happen overnight. And then there's, of course, another application that would need to be filed. It would come to planning committee, and then there would be a month delay between planning committee and council. So none of this is going to happen overnight.
So Mr. Sharp, is an option is that we revise the resolution here and give direction about including Pilates, and can that be accommodated given the timing? There's a fair amount of time before they get the final position on this. Can we accommodate without deferring today with an adjustment to the resolution?
Through you, Chair, I think it could be done. My only caution would be that it may be some of the details that we would require between now and planning committee. It would ultimately be up to the applicant's agent to provide those within the 30-day pause. And our ability to proceed to council would be up to their timing. Thank you.
And so could we put it in? Well, I guess the answer would be a lot of it's up to the applicant. And if the applicant can move quickly enough, then we could get it by next month's council, but if things don't work out, it would go to July's council.
That is the short answer, yes.
Okay, thank you. Somebody had their hand up. Councillor Zatz? Ms. Brown?
Yeah, can we just, sorry, we're new to this. Can we get some clarification on that holding? So we would have to apply for the septic system before it could be taken to council? Or with the septic, because in the agreement of purchase and sale, the buyers are going to take on replacing the septic after they take possession of it. So that's kind of been dealt with in that, which I get, township doesn't know that. So we're just looking for clarification because how that would work.
Mr. Sharp? We went through it, but
Yeah, just.
yes.
Okay, yeah, through you, Chair. So basically, if the application gains approval at council next month, and assuming that planning committee agrees with staff that a holding provision should be imposed, what would be required would be an application to be filed with the township's development services department for a new septic system or an upgrade to the existing septic system. And once that septic system has been installed, there would need to be a final inspection undertaken. And provided that final inspection, provided there's no issues, once the final inspection occurs, you would come back to the planning department at the township. You would file another application to lift the holding provision. That application would come to planning committee similar to what's happened here today. Planning committee would make a recommendation to council, and a month later, council would ratify that decision. So there's quite a bit of time in between all of those processes. I'm hearing that the intention would be to, start operating this business essentially immediately or post, this summer. I'm hesitant to say that's going to happen. At least with what we've put down in terms of a recommendation. Thank you.
Do you mind if I just ask a little bit of clarification?
Yeah.
So, and apologies if I don't know the process, but would there be a potential to approve with the condition of the septic being done? And then because it has to come back next month anyways, right? If it's approved at this meeting, like there's a couple steps. So instead of deferring or holding, can we get it approved with the condition of getting the septic done? Seeing as we have someone on hold to do the septic, we've just been waiting for the feedback from the council, obviously. Is that doable or no?
Mr. Sharp?
Through you, Chair, there's some different tools that we have in our planning toolbox in order to address quote unquote conditions through zoning. We can't really impose conditions. We don't have the ability to impose conditions through zoning. But one of the tools that we can use is a holding provision, and that's what has been recommended here. Alternatively, third reading can be withheld for certain considerations. But I think in this particular instance, it was our professional opinion that a holding provision was the prudent measure, just because there's a consideration related to a principle of development, and that is with respect to the servicing. And we were hesitant to recommend first and second reading without knowing that the property and the proposal could be appropriately serviced. So we felt that a holding provision was the most appropriate tool that we could use in our toolbox. Unfortunately, it means that there's a timing constraint and a consideration there for the applicant, their agent, the potential buyer, but there's nothing we can do about that. Thank you.
So just in summary, Mayor Kelly.
If I may, and through you, I'm still stung by suggestion that we weren't working hard to keep a business going. I'm not sure that was the question, though. I mean, if I understood the question, there's somebody on hold waiting to do a septic. They can't do a septic until the real estate transaction closes because it's up to the buyer to look after that. So I think the question was, can we accelerate by 30 days the commencement of the installation of the septic by just going right to council. I didn't hear a question about the hold provision or anything else. It was just simply, how fast can I get my septic guy on site to put a tank in the ground?
Mr. Sheriff.
Through you, Chair, they can apply to upgrade the septic system at any time. There's nothing preventing the owner from applying or making an application to upgrade the septic system. I believe if Mr. Snyder's still on the call, he may be able to address this better than me, but I believe once an application's filed, they have 10 days to review and decide whether to issue the building permit. So yeah, certainly that's an option if they want to go ahead and do that. That's
Mr. Snyder?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Mr. Sharp's comments are 100% correct. That permit application can be made at any time. It sounds like it's the conflict arises with the sale and the agreements of sale rather than the function of the municipality, our processes.
Councillor Mazin?
Thank you, and through you. And just given this can get confusing, our process. So I'm going to ask a question. I think that we've been dancing around a little bit, but if this became a concurrent process, meaning if this was advanced to council next month with the idea that staff has the opportunity to flush out the definition and the other factors, it would be completely up to the applicant if they wanted to start a concurrent process. What I just heard is they could put an application in to upgrade their septic. It's a 10-day process. I think that's what I heard, to perhaps get that. And so they could start that process in a concurrent fashion, which I'm just looking for that confirmation.
Mr. Sharp or Ms. Walker? Ms. Walker?
Yeah, that is correct. Septic permit could be applied for at any time on this property.
Councillor Zavitz.
Thank you, through you. As I see in the figure 1, this is a 50 by 32 usable space inside the ground floor building. Is that correct? Is that to the agent? Is that 50 by 32?
Yeah, 1,900 square feet is the retail
Okay, so
space.
1,900 square feet. Presumably we're feeling the septic is deficient because there's what, one washroom in there?
There's a powder room in the retail space, and then there's 3 bathrooms within the apartments. Yeah.
Okay, but so on the
4.
ground level, which is what we're talking about,
There's one.
there's one washroom. So I guess where I'm going with that is the capacity of that, as it's been used over the years, there must have been 12 people in that building at some point in time. And I'm just wondering if there's any latitude that way to, I think the holding is very important, and we obviously need to increase the septic capacity, but at the time, and right now, this building is somewhat serviceable for 12 of us to go into the building and lay on a Pilates mat. I guess if there's a criteria around how many washrooms do you need for those 12 people? Is that the question? And if that is the question, what is it to staff? How many washrooms not only do you need an upgraded septic, but you need 2 washrooms?
Ms. Walker, I think.
I would clarify that staff servicing constraints in the hold zone was our recommendation before the Pilates studio was a consideration. So the current septic is undersized for what exists today. And that was our concern when staff made the recommendation in the staff report to place a hold zone. So the septic's been in place for a number of years. We don't have a record of when it was put in place, but it has been confirmed it is undersized for the current use that's on the property, which is why we have that hold provision that we've recommended to replace the system to at least ensure that it can service what exists now. Anything additional to that would also be addressed through a building permit. But again, it is a very constrained site, and that's where, especially if we're proposing a different use, the servicing component comes into play.
Staff, I think we have 2 options here, and let me summarize them, and if you can just confirm. We have an option to just defer and work out the various issues that have been raised here, or we could amend the resolution to give you some direction to allow it to come back to council next month. Is that a fair summary of the options in front of us? And I'll either Mr. Sharp or Mr. Sharp. Mr. Sharp, please.
Through you, Chair. There may be a third option. And I've been doing a little bit of thinking and trying to think outside the box on how to make all of this work. Again, in an effort to try to help an applicant just to do the best we can. So I'm wondering if in this particular instance, we could prepare a resolution that would essentially be somewhat conditional in the sense that they would need to address X and Y before they come back to council. So in other words, if they don't address X and Y, they don't come to council in June. It may be that they address X and Y and they come back in July or August. But that may be something that we could do to help move things along in a
Give them the
manner that
option
would
to
be
move
a little
things
bit
along.
more expeditious. I would think that we would likely need to take a break in order to consider drafting that resolution if that's something that planning committee wants to proceed with.
Committee? Very well. Let's do that. That allows the most flexibility I think we can get. We will take a break and come back at 1:45, and that allows staff to give some thought to this proposed resolution. Thank you very much. Right, committee. We have a revised resolution, but I need to read the original resolution first. So I will do that, and then there will be a revision. We'll go through that process. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 02/25 be approved subject to the following revisions to the draft bylaw. To revise Schedule 2 to identify an existing balcony, stairs, and shed not shown on the submitted site plan and revise as necessary. To only permit the following community commercial bracket community C3 uses. Main use, clinic, convenience store, financial, business, office, personal service shop, restaurant, retail. Accessory use, audio, artist studio, cultural center, residential dwelling unit, residential multiple dwelling, office staff quarters. To limit the maximum daily sanitary flow to 5,000 liters per day, notwithstanding any Ontario Business Code requirements that may stipulate a lesser amount, and that a holding H provision be implemented for the issuance and final inspection of a building permit to upgrade and or replace existing septic systems to the satisfactory of the township's chief building officer. All right, so that is the original one. I will add the resolution to amend that, or we'll read the resolution to amend that. Moved by Councillor Zavitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that the resolution be amended to strike out the fourth bullet, implementing a holding H zone, and to add the following: that the draft bylaw be revised to permit a main use of an athletic club and to oppose a site-specific definition of athletic club, and that the following be satisfactorily addressed prior to the revised bylaw being brought back to council for consideration. That a building permit for a private on-site sewage disposal system be applied for and issued, and that said system receive a final inspection to the satisfactory of the township's chief building official, and that the township be satisfied that the parking requirements of the zoning bylaw are addressed. All right, so committee, any questions to staff on that? All right, so
You would ask.
yeah, so
Call that one?
I'm calling the amended version. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Now, do we approve the main motion as amended?
Correct.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Do I sign this? All right. The next application is Miss Crowder, and this is ZBA 0325, 1951 Falkenburg Road. Are we live? Oh,
Oh, yeah.
all right. CAO, could you chase them down, please?
One minute. Yeah, I know, I said, we're not done.
Great. Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0325 in the name of WESSELING. The subject lands are comprised of two lots. The lot to the east is known municipally as 1951 Falkenburg Road, and the abutting lot to the west does not have a municipally assigned address. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 135 of the agenda package. Part of the purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to recognize an as-built driveway, dwelling, and shed with attached sun decks. The applicant also proposes to establish a sawmill operation consisting of a sawmill, storage shed, open storage area, parking area, and parking spaces, as shown in the extent and location on the site plan displayed on the screen. Next slide, please. I would further direct committee's attention to the submitted zoning sketch on page 136 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment application is also to rezone the subject lands from rural residential area 3, RU1, to environmental protection EP1, and rural commercial industrial RUC6. Further, part of the subject lands are to be rezoned from environmental protection EP1 to rural area 3 RU1. The reconfiguration of the existing EP1 boundary is based on recommendations put forth in the submitted environmental impact study prepared by Riverstone Environmental Solutions, Inc., dated January 31st, 2025. The EIS also recommends that the area where the as-built dwelling is located be rezoned to RU1. The lands to be rezoned to RU6 are where the proposed sawmill operation will be located. Next slide, please. To permit a sawmill operation on the subject lands, exemptions are required from the township zoning bylaw, as no zones in the township permit this use as of right. Exemptions from sections 6.2.1 and 6.2.2 are proposed to permit a sawmill operation as a main use and a storage shed, open storage, parking areas, and parking spaces within the proposed RUC6 zone. Please note that this photo is not from the subject lands, but rather from the lands of the previous planning application. It is just being used to give committee a visual of what the sawmill looks like. It is staff's opinion that the more appropriate zone for the proposed use is rural industrial light industry, RUM1, not RUC6. The RUC6 zone has historically been applied to lands within the rural commercial industrial sub-designation of the official plan. The subject lands are within the rural area land use designation. Further, a sawmill is more industrial in use by nature, not commercial. Next slide, please. This photo depicts the general location of where the sawmill operation is proposed to be located. Next slide, please. Displayed is an aerial photo from 2023. The location of the proposed sawmill is circled in yellow. The approximate distances to the two closest dwellings are indicated, the closest being 400 feet. The area between the proposed sawmill and the existing dwellings is mature forest. Next slide, please. An exemption is also required to permit an as-built driveway within an environmental protection zone. The submitted EIS states that the existing driveway is within the recommended EP1 buffer area and do not conflict with the direct natural heritage features in need of protection. Riverstone has recommended that these driveways be permitted to remain, but that no further expansion to the portions of driveway within the EP1 buffer be permitted. However, per the submitted site plan, it appears that a small portion of the as-built driveway is within an area of EP1, not just the buffer zone. Staff have reached out to Riverstone for confirmation that this is accurate and have not heard back. Next slide, please. Lastly, an exemption is required to permit an as-built shed with an attached sun deck within an environmental protection zone. The submitted EIS states that the shed with attached sun deck should be permitted to remain and be maintained, but that no expansion should be permitted. Staff would note that the configuration of the sun deck observed on site is not reflected in the submitted site plan. As such, staff recommend that a revision be made to the bylaw to require that Schedule 3 be amended to reflect the correct configuration of the existing sun deck. It is also unclear to staff if this configuration of sun deck was evaluated by Riverstone, as the site sketch attached to the EIS does not reflect this configuration. Therefore, staff recommend that the resolution be amended such that as part of the recommended holding provision, that confirmation be received from a qualified environmental professional that the sun deck, as shown in the above photo, will not have any negative impacts to environmental features or their ecological functions. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 4 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, stating no objection to the application, but noting that the as-built buildings and structures require building permits. Comments were received from Matt Veach, Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, stating no objection to the application.
Comments were received from Douglas Holland, the township's fire prevention officer, stating no concerns with the application, but stating that the calculated fire response time is 18 minutes and 46 seconds based on the fire department's average shoot time in the last 36 months and a travel distance of 5.9 kilometers from the fire station. The Fire Smart Homeowners Manual should be consulted to understand how treatments to the property influence wildfire spread. Comments were received from Emily Ramler, planner for the District Municipality of Muskoka, stating that district staff would not be opposed to the approval of the application, provided the draft bylaw be amended to include a holding symbol. Removal of the holding symbol should only be considered when the following conditions have been fulfilled. First, a traffic impact brief prepared by a qualified professional be submitted to the satisfaction of the District Municipality of Muskoka. And second, the applicant obtain a commercial access permit for access onto the district road. However, following a conversation with township planning staff, the district revised their comments to no longer require a holding provision and to no longer require a traffic impact brief. I would be happy to read any of these submissions in full at the request of committee. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. In consideration of the revised district comments, staff's recommendation has changed to reflect this. Staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0325 Wesseling be approved subject to the following. That third reading of the bylaw be withheld until such time as the applicant obtains a commercial access permit for access onto District Road 47. Satisfactory confirmation is received that the subject lands comprised of 2 lots in the same ownership are legally merged on title to form a singular lot. The tenting deck is removed as intended or relocated in compliance with applicable zoning provisions. Confirmation is received that the existing as-built septic tank has been removed. And confirmation is received from a qualified environmental professional that the sun deck discovered on site associated with the southerly shed will have no negative impacts to natural heritage features and their ecological functions, or that it be removed or brought into compliance with applicable zoning provisions. Staff further recommend that the subject lands and proposed development be made subject to site plan control. Lastly, staff recommend that revisions be made to the draft bylaw and schedules to implement those matters outlined above as necessary, revise the proposed rezoning of the area of the proposed sawmill operation currently zoned Rural Area 3 RU1 to Rural Industrial Light Industry RUM1 instead of Rural Commercial Industrial RUC6. Stipulate that the only uses permitted within the RUM1 zone shall be a sawmill, an accessory storage shed, an accessory open storage area, and an accessory parking area and spaces, as shown in the location and extent on Schedule 3. Identify the southernmost building as a storage shed, not a sleeping cabin, as indicated on the submitted site plan. Clarify that the lands to be rezoned to Rural Industrial Light Industry RUM1 are currently only zoned Rural Area 3 RU1 and not Rural Residential RUR as currently stated, and reflect the accurate location and extent of a sun deck discovered on site, not shown on the submitted site plan, which is associated with the southerly shed. A new resolution has been prepared to reflect this recommendation. Staff recommend that the resolution be replaced with the new one prepared by staff. I have no further comments at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions from committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that extensive report. Ms. Crowder, I believe Ms. Poirier is the agent? No. Someone from Ms. Poirier's organization is here. Good morning. Name, address, and you have 5 minutes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Maeve Crown, Marie Poirier Planning, Inc., 44 King William Street, Unit A, P1H1G3. Thank you very much for having us here today. Marie is online via Zoom if any questions are needed. My name is Maeve Crown, and I think Emily, or Ms. Crowder, the planner for the file, has done an incredible job summarizing the file, so I won't go over the same details. We have no additional requests today, and we are quite happy and supportive with the changes made during the staff recommendation. So we are happy to go with the rural industrial zoning proposed. We the applicant, property owner, Mr. Wesseling, who's here, is totally supportive of carrying out the recommendations as well. And we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody either in the room or online wishing to speak in support of this application? And do we have anybody wishing to speak against this application? All right. No? All right. Committee, do we have questions of the applicant? Oh, that was a race. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Sharon.
Kent.
Ms. Crowder, just two questions. First, just one observation. Do we allow things like sawmills really to start at 6 a.m.? When I looked at the times, that to me struck me as major problem for any neighbors, no matter how far away they are. But the more important question was, when we looked at that prior picture you showed of the other sawmill property, I recollect that one of the big problems with that sawmill operation was that as it got bigger and started doing better, they had lots of trucks coming in and out with lots of wood on them, logs, and they had to get onto the district road, and then they backed in and they blocked traffic and they caused problems for the neighbors on the other side of the street. And I was wondering, I know you're having a traffic survey done, but I was concerned about that because, normally a sawmill is not even allowed here. So I guess that's my question.
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Kent. Great questions. So the noise bylaw, as it is written today, would permit this sawmill to operate from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Sundays. That is how the noise bylaw is currently written. If council or committee will recall, this application was associated with the previous zoning bylaw amendment application. And it was for a different property, somewhat close to this one that we're talking about today. But it was located on a lot that was closer to some residential development and was located on an open field, essentially. And the trucks that were coming in and out the sawmill itself was located quite close to the road. We have heard from the agent and the applicant themselves that they have approximately one truck that comes in a month. But I'd look to them to speak more to the frequency of trucks coming in and out. But they do have their own turnaround area now built into the proposed sawmill area. You'll see, yes, so you'll recall the photo that I had on the screen, which we can show again, but there's quite a large area that's been cleared and gravel put down for trucks to be able to turn around then and there rather than trying to turn around on the road. And then to address the last question, I believe, was the traffic impact brief. The District of Muskoka originally requested a traffic impact brief for this application, as this part of Falkenburg is district road. Falkenburg has split ownership, part of its township, part of its district. This part in particular is district. And I reached out to them just to inquire what triggers the traffic impact brief and what kind of situations, more so for my learning. And they said that in this particular situation, because the zone permits so many different uses and because the area of the sawmill hadn't been locked down, that they wanted to get a traffic impact brief done. But I clarified for them that
we're proposing that all of the uses be restricted so that only a sawmill use is permitted, and that the sawmill area will be locked down in a specific development envelope. So that alleviated their concerns, and they rescinded the comment about requiring a traffic impact brief. So they're no longer recommending that that be done.
Be 6 trucks a month. Do you know what I mean? Like it's gonna, you can't make the assumption it's gonna be 1 for a while, and it will at some point become more of an issue.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Kent. It's my understanding that this sawmill in particular has been operating for something like 20 years or so, and I would defer to the applicant to confirm that. But the operation itself, the development envelope of the sawmill is proposed to be locked down, and it's a somewhat small envelope of the actual sawmill. So staff are comfortable that the size of the sawmill, you can only do so much per month, right? So we're not like any application to increase the size and the intensity of the sawmill would have to come before this committee again.
Councillor Nishikawa?
Thank you. Again, my question should be through you to Emily, I guess. It's more of the noise concern that I have. And I'm not clear, other than reading the noise bylaw, which is lacking. But I don't see where we've taken into consideration knowing how much noise comes from these operations. And like that's my biggest concern, because quite honestly, I'm one of those people that lives on 100 acres and I can hear everything. So the size of the property doesn't matter, but if you live in a rural area, a rural residential area, this can be quite impactful. And the hours really, really discourage me from approving this application. And so I'm just wondering, what steps did we take to analyze how much noise would be like the impact from others? Thank you.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Nishikawa, it's a great question. The previous application that we had, like I said, the sawmill was located quite close to the road and it was in closer proximity to existing residential dwellings. So we did take into consideration the actual proximity to existing residential development and where residential development would be permitted in future. Second, that property did have a big wide open field, so noise was traveling quite easily, I would say. In this case, and in the previous application, council and committee did recommend that a noise impact assessment be done, and you can request that again today. Staff have not felt that it's necessary for a couple of reasons. The new lot that we're talking about today is located right beside an active pit and quarry. So there is already extensive noise that emanates in this particular area of the township. And when I was on site, you can hear it, the pit and quarry. And so the compatibility of the sawmill being located right next to the pit and quarry, and there was a compatibility assessment that was done, was deemed that the uses were somewhat compatible in that the sawmill would emanate less noise than the active pit and quarry. Further to that, the sawmill is being proposed to be located quite far from the road and a considerable distance from the abutting residential development. That being said, this committee can recommend that a noise impact assessment be part of an approval. I do know that the applicant has expressed some discomfort, I would say, with having to do that requirement, but I'll let them speak to that again. But yeah, so that was sort of staff's thought process around this whole thing.
I think the applicant agent wanted to come up and say something.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. The planner has properly and appropriately covered the questions and answers we were hoping to bring forward, which was the quarry location right next to the property. It has unlimited tonnage, meaning they have no restrictions on amount of blasting in the day. So this sawmill and in proximity, based on the compatibility study conducted, would not be anywhere near that noise volume. As per the environmental piece, we are entirely out of the environmental buffers in any area proposed, but what we've done is propose as far back from the road as we can this sawmill to ensure that it's, you know, as far away from any residential properties, and also encompassed by this vegetative buffer where all of the EP zoning you can still see that's left and newly added through this proposal, that will all be forested, and that provides a natural buffer as well to what's proposed.
Thank you, Councillor Ishikawa. Supplementary, I think.
Thank you. So now it makes me consider, because I don't really have a map of all the residential properties in the area, but it does make me concerned that if we already have a noisy neighbor, now we're going to add another noisy neighbor. So how many more noisy neighbors do we, like, are we creating a new industrial area in the township? Because that's I don't know, like, it sort of feels like if we keep adding these things where we have rural residential, that it will have impact. So
Ms.
that's
Walker,
why.
can you talk to that about, you know, how much industrialization is there in that area?
Ms. Crowder can. It's all right.
Crowder.
Through you,
Here we
Chair.
go again.
Sorry, I had to poke fun. So the official plan in this area, it does permit small scale industrial uses. So it is something we did take a look at. An idea that I'm sort of floating around in my head, and I'll look to Mr. Sharp to speak up if I'm out of what we can do here. But I think committee can consider imposing different hours of operation. If that were a concern, that 6 a.m. is a bit early, but again, that's just sort of an idea that's come to mind.
I'm sorry, Ms. Poirier, you have your hand up. Would you like to say something?
Yes, I would, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you kindly. Yes, I'd just like to reiterate your planner's comments and my planner's comments. We did undertake at staff's request a compatibility study, and that compatibility study took into account the distance of the sawmill from the closest residential property, and found that the two uses would be compatible. And we have taken extensive steps to ensure that the sawmill is located well off the road, well into the property, surrounded by tree cover, and have followed all of the recommendations of the compatibility study. So I think that we've addressed those items. With respect to the hours of operation, we're only trying to comply with what your noise bylaw sets out. I don't think there would be any difficulty in, amending those hours so it wasn't so early, but certainly the issue of compatibility has been addressed. It is an area where small scale industrial activity takes place, and the noise will be well mitigated as per the results and recommendations of the study. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mazin, you had your hand up?
Thank you, and through you. I think that somewhat addresses the question. I was going to ask, what are the hours of operation of our quarry? Because it just, we shouldn't be imposing, I don't think, different things if this is to do with noise. Sorry, that moved into an opinion.
Sorry.
Would this be consistent with the quarry operations, please?
Ms. Crowder.
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Mazan. It's a great question. I don't know if the quarry is subject to our noise bylaw, so I'm going to defer to somebody who might. Either looks like Mr. Sharp.
Mr. Sharp, do you know?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I believe if we're talking about licensed pit and quarries, I believe the license requirements of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry would identify in most cases what the time considerations would be with respect to the actual operation of the site. I understand that this is a license or an unlicensed quarry, and correct me if I'm not correct in that case, but it sounds like I am. So I don't think it would have been quote unquote grandfathered in. So I'm not sure what the MNRF would require in this particular case, but of course we do have our own noise bylaw. It sounds like Ms. Poirier would be amenable to perhaps incorporating some considerations related to hours of operation into the site-specific bylaw. I'd be a little hesitant, I think, to do that. That might set somewhat of a precedent. It may be better to, and again, maybe I'd look to Ms. Huff in this regard in terms of process, but to amend the actual noise bylaw as it relates to this property to say that the hours of operation are reduced from what was otherwise required. Thank you.
Ms. Huff.
Thank you through the chair to the committee. So I think just to Manager Sharp, I agree with the reluctance to address noise in a zoning bylaw. Perhaps it could be something that would be addressed in the site plan, but that would be a challenge to enforce. All that being said, I know that the bylaw department is looking to review the noise bylaw, and certainly it is on our radar that a 6 a.m. permission for construction noise is early, and I could imagine that that would be subject of discussion and likely a proposed increase to start later in the day. And so that would address, I think, some of these concerns, and that's something that staff is working on. This year, it will be before the committee, I think, end of summer, early fall time.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, through the chair, maybe we could ask the applicant what their hours are now. 7:30.
So just for the audience online, that was, I think you said 7 or 7:30 in the summer and later in the winter. All right.
Okay, and what time do you stop operations? Usually around 4.
All right.
Yeah.
So the answer on that was 4 or 3:30 to 4. Yes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a few items I wanted to add. Through the compatibility study, there is a formal reporting avenue that individuals who live in proximity to the quarry can take to report any noise complaints. And through that, it was determined that in that area, there had been no complaints, just to add to the conversation. And Mr. Wesseling here has operated for 21 years as of this August. It will be his anniversary. So in terms of scale and getting larger, I think he's operating currently exactly as he intends to. He's a sole individual. He doesn't have plans to make the sawmill any larger. So just in terms back to the traffic piece, he will be the single person working, and then once or twice a month, there will be a larger truck entering and exiting the site.
Councillor Edwards.
Supplemental. So if the applicant was to agree with the site plan agreement that he would start at 7:30 at the earliest and quit at say 5 o'clock, would this be and that, so that could be done through site plan control. They're in agreement, would they not?
Through you, Chair, Councillor Edwards, it sounds like, yes, that can be done. It just becomes a matter of enforcement, and it may be difficult to enforce. But yes, it can be a provision that's added to the site plan agreement.
Committee, we've had 2 councillors raise the issue of noise. Let me just get a general sense about whether we want to discuss this any further. Staff made it very clear of their reluctance to do it, and that we are going to be readdressing fairly soon, updating the noise bylaw. Committee, I have a sense that there may not be enough support around committee to do this. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. It's more a question to you about the process and things. From the information that I have today, and I don't know the neighbors, the zoning, and I'd like I guess I have to look that up differently, but I can't approve this knowing that the noise is going to be a concern at this point. So if there's other information that can come forward, I would appreciate it, but that's where my direction's going.
Ms. Crowder, do you know the zoning around the areas?
Through you, Chair. Yes, I do. To Councillor Nishikawa's question, the lots to the north are zoned rural residential, and the lot to the east has rural residential and environmental protection. The lot to the west is the RUM3 zone, so it's an industrial zone for the pit and quarry. That being said, all of these neighbors have been circulated the application, and no comments have been received from the neighbors.
Ms. Poirier?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was just going to mention that respectfully, this plan application was circulated to the neighbors. There were no concerns expressed. There have been no concerns expressed in 21 years. This is a small scale operation. It's a one-man show. And I think that we have taken a number of mitigation measures to ensure that noise isn't a problem. And I'm reluctant to create a problem if one hasn't actually been expressed. The other point I'd like to make is build on what your manager stated with respect to the licensed or unlicensed nature of the pit and quarry. It's been my experience working in the township of Muskoka Lakes with a few quarries that when a pit and quarry is unlicensed and the Ministry of Natural Resources then doesn't have the jurisdiction, then it falls to the municipality's noise bylaw. So, we're happy to participate in, any discussions you may have with respect to the noise bylaw, but I would kindly ask that council keep this in perspective in terms of the scale of the development here, the nature of the development, and the fact there's been no complaints in 21 years, and there's been no complaints expressed as a result of the circulation of this application. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shelley Raymond doesn't. She is the neighbor. She was already. Yeah, that's fine, just funny.
Okay. Committee, I'm going to read the amendment or the motion rather. So we have two motions because there was the main one that was circulated and then we have the revised one with the additions or the revisions that staff want. So they're fairly long, but I think I should read them to refresh everybody's mind. Here we go. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0325 be approved subject to the following. That a holding age provision be implemented wherein no development shall be permitted until such time as a traffic impact brief prepared by a qualified professional is submitted to the satisfaction of the district municipality of Muskoka and until the application obtains a commercial access permit to access onto District Road 47, which is Falkenburg Road. Satisfactory confirmation is received that the subject lands comprised of two lots in the same ownership are legally merged on title to form a singular lot. The tenting deck is removed as intended or relocated in compliance with applicable zoning provisions, and confirmation is received that the existing as-built septic tank has been removed. That the subject lands and proposed developments be made subject to site plan control. The revisions be made to the draft bylaw and schedules to revise the proposed zoning of the area of the proposed sawmill operation are currently zoned rural area 3 RU1 to rural industrial light industrial RUM1 instead of rural commercial industrial RUC6. Stipulate that the only uses permitted and with the RUM1 zone will be a sawmill, an accessory storage shed, an accessory open storage area, and an accessory parking area and spaces as shown in the location and extent on Schedule 3. Incorporate a holding age provision to implement those matters outlined above. Identify the southernmost building as a storage shed, not a sleeping cabin, as indicated on the submitted site plan, and clarify that the lands be rezoned to rural industrial, light industrial RUM1 are currently only zoned rural area 3 RU1 and not rural residential residential RUR as currently stated. All right, so that's the main one. So the amendment, and Ms. Crowder, I don't think I see the removal of the requirement for a traffic brief on this amended.
Through you, Chair. So I believe you just read the original resolution.
Yes.
And then there's been a second resolution to replace the one that you just read. So the second resolution will not have the traffic impact brief on it. So what staff are
Oh, this is the
recommending,
second.
Yeah, it's replacing.
Okay.
yeah, so
Sorry, I missed my mistake. All right. So that was the original one. That, my mistake. I probably didn't need to read it.
No, you did.
Did I? All right. All right, so here is the revised one that will replace this one. Am I
Will
correct on
replace
that?
the main
All right,
one.
sorry. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that the resolution be substituted with the following. That third reading of the bylaw be withheld on such time till such time as a commercial access permit is received from the district municipality of Muskoka for access onto District Road 47, Falkenburg Road. Satisfactory confirmation is received that the subject lands comprised of 2 lots in the same ownership are legally merged on title to form a singular lot. The tenting deck is removed as intended or relocated in compliance with applicable zoning provisions. Confirmation is received that the existing as-built septic tank has been removed, and confirmation is received from a qualified environmental professional that the sun deck discovered on the site associated with a southerly shed will have no negative impacts to natural heritage features and their ecological functions, or that it is removed or brought into compliance with applicable zoning provisions. That the subject lands and proposed developments be made subject to site plan control. The revisions be made to the draft bylaw and schedules to implement those matters outlined above as necessary. Revise the proposed zoning of the area of the proposed sawmill operation currently zoned rural area 3 bracket RU1 to rural industrial - light industrial RUM1 instead of rural commercial - commercial industrial RUC6. Stipulate that the only uses permitted within the residential industrial light industrial RUM1 zone shall be a sawmill, an accessory storage shed, an accessory open storage area, and an accessory parking area and spaces as shown in the location and extent on Schedule 3. Identify the southernmost buildings as a storage shed, not a sleeping cabin, as indicated on the submitted site plan. Clarify that the lands to be rezoned to rural industrial - light industrial bracket RUM1 are currently only zoned rural area 3 RU1 and not rural residential RUR as currently stated, and reflect the accurate location and extent of a sun deck discovered on site not shown on the submitted site plan, which is associated with the southerly shed. What's the process? Do we?
We need to vote on that and then just speak to.
All right. So discussion, any comments or discussion on this? Mayor Kelly.
I kind of like to hear those again.
All right.
2 comments. Number 1, I'm going to be in support of this. I think, we sometimes forget that hard work makes noise, and there seems to be a lot of effort made to mitigate the impact on the neighborhood. I think that plus the fact that there's an active quarry operation going on nearby, which creates its own set of noises and sounds, is also, to me, indicative that this operation will fit right in. We've heard from the operator willingness to keep the hours to somewhat more reasonable hours than might be allowed under our noise bylaw. So I will be supporting that. The piece that's missing, the worry about the traffic, and I know this is a wholly unofficial and unhelpful bit of statistics, but by my reckoning, there have been, there goes one now, 300 medium to heavy duty trucks passed by that window 25 feet away while we've been sitting here. I've only been tracking for 10 minutes, but I've done the extrapolation. And I'm going to tell you what, I think one a month, couple of months, 6 a month isn't going to fuss anybody and shouldn't fuss anybody. It doesn't fuss the people that sleep across the street in that house. So that's my point.
Councillor Edwards.
Yes, I think I would definitely support this. It's been going on, as I said, 21 years. I've been aware of it for a good 15 years. I've only had one complaint, and that was a neighbor right across the road. So this is helping them. It's making the situation better, and I would not shut down a business, so I will support it.
Committee, any other comments? Otherwise, I'll call the question. Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? All right, so now I just
Ask for confirmation of the main motion as substituted.
confirmation of the main motion has substituted. Called, opposed? Very good, carried.
It is a form of.
I'll do that in a minute. All right, we're gonna get the next one in. That next one is. Next one is report ZBA 425 Watkinson. No civic address, and this is Ms. Walker.
Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 0425 in the name of Watkinson. The subject lands do not have a municipally assigned address. Could we get? Yeah, I'll pause for a second. Thank you. Okay, so here's a site plan on the screen in front of you. It is also located on page 325 of the agenda package. The subject property fronts onto Silver Lake. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment application is to redefine the land-based building and the shoreline structure envelopes identified by bylaw 2019-164 based on an updated water quality impact assessment. Next slide, please. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 21 days in advance of this meeting, and 5 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the Township's Chief Building Official, Matt Veach, the Township's Development and Transportation Engineer Coordinator, Douglas Holland, the Township's Fire Prevention Officer, and Emily Ramler, Planner for the District of Muskoka. These comments were all circulated to committee prior to today's meeting. After comments were circulated, a letter of objection was received from Daniel Bornstein, area property owner, outlining concerns regarding the future severance of the subject property. The full submission is available to committee in the portal. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff have recommended that the draft bylaw be revised to include an exemption from section 4.14 of the township's zoning bylaw prohibiting minor accessory buildings within 66 feet from the high water mark, and that third reading of the zoning bylaw amendment be withheld until such time as Beacon Environmental provides a further analysis regarding a buffer/setback from the hemlock mineral coniferous swamp that's identified on the site plan. I've got no further comments, but I'm happy to assist with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The applicant's agent is Mr. Allen. Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Good morning, Chair.
Mr. Allen, I believe this is the first time you are coming before this committee as a principal in your own company.
Well, you stole a bit of my thunder. I will say that I'm here to help the Watkinson family with their application under Allen Planning Consulting, 16 McNabb Street, Bracebridge, Ontario, P1L1R4. Thanks, Ms. Walker, for your description of the property and assisting through the application process. The subject lands are on Silver Lake. They're vacant and have no address. They're approximately 20 acres in size and have over 1,000 feet of frontage. This property was severed in 2020. Next slide, please. I mentioned that the lot was severed in 2020, and as part of that severance application, there was a water quality impact assessment as well as a site evaluation report completed by Beacon Environmental. And they identified a building envelope for shoreline structures as well as onshore buildings. Subsequent to the approval of that bylaw, there was a survey completed which revealed two things. One, there was a portion of this building envelope that was located within the 66-foot setback from the shoreline, which is problematic. And two, the building envelope identified in 2019 did not include all of the potential building locations on the lot that were acceptable, only a limited area. So for a lot that is over 20 acres in size, this small pocket was the only location for buildings and structures on the property. So new survey information has been done to confirm setbacks from the shoreline, and Beacon Environmental has subsequently been involved. Next slide, please. Identifying the ecological communities and considering the slopes on the property. So this proposed building envelope excludes all of the steep sloped shoreline areas, as well as the significant ecological areas. It includes a number of recommendations that would be implemented through the future site plan process. The past severance application did include a consent agreement, which is implementing the previous recommendations from the 2019 report. And the applicant would simply develop the site in accordance with the standard requirements of the bylaw within these building envelopes. Beacon has been assisting us through the process and is aware of the request for some additional information about the buffer, and they'll be happy to provide that. I think they're already working on that now. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody wishing to speak either in support of this application? Is there anybody online speaking in support? All right, so you're here to speak in opposition. Please come on up. Well, if you could just come up and start with your name and address, make sure the microphone is on, and you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. So
Microphone on? Is the microphone? Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, it is on.
So can you hear?
Yeah.
So Catherine Stewart, 1200 Stephen Road. I do have a cottage property, year-round property on Silver Lake, very close to this proposed changes in this lot, which is currently vacant of any structures. My concern is the shoreline. And from the materials I was sent, I'm not clear as to what proposals are going to be changed about what is allowed on the shoreline. It shows on the schedule I was sent that there's 173 feet of shoreline, which could be open to shoreline structures, which is rather vague. So not understanding what exactly that is. Are those docks? Are those a boathouse? Silver Lake, is everyone familiar with Silver Lake? You most likely are. It's a very small, sweet little lake, very quiet, not a lot of large watercraft on it. It's landlocked, so we don't get the boat traffic there. So just for the enjoyment of the people that live there, I'm wondering what exactly is going to be impacted on the shoreline there. Oh, we've been spoiled with this beautiful stretch of undeveloped land, of course, which that can't go on forever. But I'm just trying to understand what is proposed.
Perhaps we could pull up page 317 and Ms. Walker could talk to it.
Okay, so what's shown and through you, Chair, is a potential shoreline structure envelope. It does not mean that this entire envelope can be constructed with a shoreline structure. It means this is where it needs to be located on the property to be outside significant fish habitat. So within this envelope, the property owner could develop within the regular requirements on Silver Lake. It's a Category 4 lake. They would be permitted a dock and a single-story boathouse on this lake. And again, it would be within the provisions of our typical zoning bylaw requirements.
Okay.
I hope that adds some clarity.
Thank you very much.
Would there be any information about size of a structure that would be allowed? You said a single-story boathouse, so that, like, how many slips, how many, I mean, it's
Ms.
not the
Walker?
kind of lake that you would think people are gonna get a whole bunch of multiple boats, but just,
Yeah, so give me one moment, but
These are all in our bylaws. You could look them up
They are.
and see them in our bylaw.
a dock is permitted to
Thank you.
be 66 feet in length. It can be up to 50 feet in width because this property has over 1,000 feet of frontage. Excuse me. Again, it has to be, the side yards would have to be located within that envelope, so they'll be more extensive than would normally be required by our bylaw. A boathouse can be a maximum of 50 feet in length and a maximum of 50 feet in width. In this case, because it's 1,000 feet of frontage, it's 12% up to a maximum of 50 feet for cumulative boathouse width. It can only be a single story. We do not regulate the number of slips that a boathouse can have.
single story, that, okay.
That's correct.
Single story.
Okay, so I stayed for all of that just to get
Yeah.
that information.
I would
Thank
also
you very much.
clarify, just for further information, a rooftop sun deck would also be permitted. So single story with a rooftop sun deck.
With-
Okay.
With a deck.
Yeah.
On top.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Sorry, what? Oh, Mr. Sharp.
Oh, thank you very much for indulging me. I was just going to add a point for further consideration with respect to concerns related to the shoreline. The bylaw that's in front of us today would actually restrict certain minor accessory structures that would otherwise be permitted on a typical waterfront residential lot within 66 feet from the high water mark. In other words, close to shore. And those structures are pump house, sauna, a gazebo. So those structures will be prohibited. So that's a restriction. In other words, it's taking away development rights that would otherwise be permitted on typical waterfront residential lots. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So do we have anybody else wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Committee, do we have any questions for the applicant or Ms. Walker? Fair enough. Let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Mazin, seconded by Councillor McIntyre. Be it resolved that the draft bylaw be revised to include. Be it resolved that the draft bylaw be revised to include an exemption from section 4.1.4 of the township's zoning bylaw prohibiting minor accessory buildings within 66 feet of the high water mark, and that the third reading of the zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA/04/25 be withheld until such time as Beacon Environmental Limited provides a further analysis regarding the buffer/setback from the hemlock mineral coniferous swamp, which is a SWC2-2. Any commentary? Discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. What was the next pinder? Can't remember. Committee, we got 10 minutes to lunchtime. And we're not going to get through the rest of the agenda before that. So why don't we take the break and wait till come back at 1 o'clock? Does that work? 1. Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have to follow on me. It could be a little earlier. Do you want to do it at 1 o'clock? All right. Yeah, we're going out to count. Yeah. We're live. Right, committee? We'll call this meeting back to order at 1 o'clock. Councillors? The next. Okay. The next application is ZBA 12/25 Pinder at 2802 Muskoka Road. And, oh, Mr. Mello. Thought it was. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bosworth. The next application to be heard is temporary zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1225 in the name of Pinder. The subject lands are known municipally as 2802 Muskoka Road, 118 West, Unit 7. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 370 of the agenda package. The purpose and effect of the temporary zoning bylaw amendment application submitted under section 39 of the Planning Act is to permit a home-based business involving the preparation of baked goods within a 542 square foot detached garage for a period not exceeding 3 years. Notice of this public meeting under the Planning Act was circulated 22 days in advance of this meeting, and 4 comments have been received to date. Comments were received from Nick Snyder, the township's chief building official, stating no objection to the application and that a building permit is required to include plumbing and additional details regarding cooking equipment at the time of permit application. The permit application will include a review of the existing sewage system capacity to support added plumbing fixtures and commercial cooking facilities. A grease interceptor may be required. Comments were received from Matt Veitch, Development and Transportation Engineering Coordinator, stating no objection to the application. Comments were received from Douglas Holland, the township's fire prevention officer, stating no objection, as well as the calculated fire response time, and recommending that the Fire Smart Homeowners Manual be consulted to understand how treatments to the property influence wildfire spread. Comments were also received from Emily Ramler, planner at the district, Municipality of Muskoka, stating no objection. Next slide, please. The proposed exemption is summarized on page 351 of the agenda package. The township zoning bylaw restricts the floor area of an accessory building containing a home-based business to 250 square feet. The total floor area occupied by the home-based business is 228 square feet. However, the accessory building within which it is located is 542 square feet, which exceeds the floor area permitted for an accessory building containing a home-based business. Next slide, please. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. Staff recommend that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 1225 be approved, subject to the following recommended revisions to the draft bylaw. That the draft bylaw be revised to reference section 39 of the Planning Act. That the draft bylaw be revised to specify that the proposed home-based business use consists of an artisanal bakery. That the draft bylaw be revised to include the following site-specific definition of artisanal bakery. A home-based business consisting of the production and preparation of bakery products which are sold to and consumed by customers off-site. I have no further comments at this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions from committee.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody either in the room or online wishing to speak in favor?
Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Allen.
Oh, that's quite all right. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
This is the last application of the day. My address has not changed since
Might be the
prior
last
to
for
lunch.
you.
And I'm assisting the Kylie Pinder with her temporary zoning bylaw amendment today. I do have a brief presentation I'd like to share. Thanks, Mr. Mello, for providing an overview and summary of the details of the proposal. The subject property is at unit number 7, 2802 Muskoka Road 118. It has frontage on Brandy Lake. It's developed with an existing cottage and a detached garage, as well as a sleeping cabin. Kylie is the operator of Salted Sunday, and she has been operating a home-based business out of her parents' house on Brandy Lake in the existing kitchen. And it's time to move out of the family house into somewhere that's not occupying the family kitchen. And there's a detached garage on the property that has been partly converted into space for a home-based business. The bylaw is a little bit tricky. The home-based business is allowed to be up to 250 square feet, but the home-based business can only be in a building, a maximum size of 250 square feet. This home-based business is 228 square feet. That's in a garage that's larger than 250 square feet. So that's the basis of the amendment, is to simply allow the 228 square foot home-based business in the existing garage. And that will last for a period of 3 years, at which point the bylaw will expire and the use will have to be removed. The long-term plan is for Kylie to find a permanent location to operate her business. And she is on the call today, and she'd like to introduce herself and explain a little bit about what she does.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kylie Pinder. My address is 2802 Muskoka Road, 118 West, house number 7, and the postal code is P0B1J0. So I am the owner and baker of Salted Sunday. It's a gluten-free artisanal bakery based in Port Carling, and I opened it of June 2023. And the business is based out of a trailer that my dad and I built together, which you might have seen in Steamboat Bay for the last 2 summers. The response to my business, the bakery, it's been incredible, and I'm very fortunate to have such amazing customers and so much support from the community. And the gluten-free community is growing at a very rapid pace, and it can be really hard to find good gluten-free options in Muskoka specifically. And I myself have celiac disease, so it's really important to me to continue to provide access to good gluten-free food for people who need it. So I'm currently operating out of my parents' kitchen here on Brandy Lake, and I think that they would like me out of their kitchen. So my goal is to find a permanent long-term location that's not at my parents' house. But obviously finding the right space is difficult for a small, more startup business. So last year, my parents and I converted the garage into a small kitchen area. But when we installed the kitchen, we thought that the bylaws would permit the space to be used as a home business. But when it came down to my health inspection, we found out that that was not the case. So the proposed temporary use bylaw permit will allow me to use the garage for up to 3 years and continue the business, while in the meantime looking for a permanent location more in town. So I hope that this can be approved today, and we can continue growing my business. So thank you so much for your time and consideration today.
Thank you very much. All right, now we can ask for anybody in the audience. Nobody's in the audience. So anybody online, either for or wishing to speak against? No. Committee, do we have any questions for staff and the applicant? I was going to ask that. No questions.
Talk about some samples, some taste testing.
Well, actually, I think you should bring them to council next month.
You know,
Get approved.
Chair, Kylie and I had discussed that, but we did not want to be seen as influence peddling with sweet treats. But we'd be happy to drop off some samples if you'd so choose.
I'm a fairly regular sampler, only in the sample size though, and I can attest to both the quality and the taste.
Thank you.
Councillor Mazin.
Thank you, and through you, it is wonderful to see businesses growing and thriving. I also have the same affliction, so as Mr. Burry. So that said, I just from a planning standpoint, just a clarification or an understanding. This is the first time I've seen something like this come across our desk from staff about the home business use in an accessory structure in the waterfront category. If we could just have an explanation or an understanding as to what guardrails do we have in place? I think they're reflective in this application, but I just want to be sure.
Mr. Sure.
Through you, Chair, yes. Pardon me, I'd be happy to provide a little bit of insight. It's my understanding that before bylaw 2014-14, the current zoning bylaw, home-based businesses were permitted in the waterfront designation, however, with limited restrictions. through the 2014 update. That was changed, and there were some specific criteria that were put in place with respect to home-based businesses in the waterfront designation, waterfront residentially zoned properties. So essentially, there's only specific types of uses that are permitted as a home-based business within the waterfront designation, and they have to be located or situated within a accessory building or structure. And those are professional/personal services, artisan/studios, daycare, and repair services, excluding vehicles, watercraft, heavy equipment, and aircraft repair. So it was intended that those would be pretty low intensity type uses, and that would not cause, a major incompatibility concern with respect to neighboring residential uses. There are other details, but again, I think one of the most significant is that the accessory building that contains the home-based business can't exceed 250 square feet in floor area. So that's what we have in front of us today. The existing garage is larger than that. However, I would note that the area actually intended to be occupied by the home-based business itself within the building is actually less than 250 square feet for what that's worth. I would also note that what's in front of us today is a temporary use. So after 3 years, the permission will expire. It can be extended, but they'd have to come back and apply for that to be extended. So we're not dealing with a use that's intended to be permanent in nature here. And as we've heard from the applicant, she has intentions to, eventually find somewhere else to operate her artisan bakery, so to speak. And I think through this bylaw, we've also done some things to sort of tie it down a little bit. We've defined artisan bakery, and in this context, it doesn't include the consumption or the sale of the baked goods on the premises. They would have to be sold and consumed off-site, and in doing so, we're not anticipating that customers are going to be visiting the property on a private road and causing concerns or incompatibility in that regard. So hopefully that helps answer your question, but I'd be happy to elaborate if needed. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Mazan?
I don't know if I do right now. I feel that was very helpful for me. So thank you for walking us through that. Thanks.
All right. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. And I am going to just ask for one bit of clarification. When I read the report, I didn't think it was clear that it was the sale and consumption that was prohibited. I thought it was just the consumption that was prohibited. But I think that's not what you said, Mr. Sharp, in the last comment.
Mr. Sharp.
Thank you. And I may have confused my words, but I'm reading directly from the report. The resolution is worded such that the draft bylaw be revised to include the following site-specific definition of artisanal bakery: a home-based business consisting of the production and preparation of bakery products which are sold to and consumed by customers off-site. So that may need, which are sold to and consumed by customers off-site. So I think that works.
That's good. Thank you.
Councillor Mazan.
Thank you. And through you, just wanting to confirm that if in fact this building had been 250 square feet, and then there wouldn't have been a need to come before us today that this is a permitted use. But now we've also added the enhanced language around the artisanal bakery. Is that correct?
Mr. Sharp.
Yes, that is correct. It's the size that is at issue. One of the permitted uses allowed as a home-based business in the waterfront designation or on a waterfront residentially zoned property is an artisan. We just felt that through this process, it would be good to tie that down a little bit or provide some clarifying language in the site-specific bylaw itself to call it an artisanal bakery and to define what that means.
Thank you.
Committee, I don't see any other questions, so let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Zabitz, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that zoning bylaw amendment application ZBA 12/25 Pinder be approved subject to the following revisions to the draft bylaw. That the draft bylaw be revised to reference section 39 of the Planning Act. That the draft bylaw be revised to specify that the proposed home-based businesses use consists of an artisanal bakery, and that the draft bylaw be revised to include the following site-specific definition of artisanal bakery, and that is a home-based business consisting of the production and preparation of bakery products which are sold to and consumed by customers off-site. Is there any discussion, debate? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Kylie's first batch of cookies will be delivered to the township.
Yes, thank you so much.
Have a great long weekend.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now into section 10A of the agenda, and that is a cash in lieu of parking for just down the street here on 87 Joseph Street. And I believe this is Ms. Crowder.
Right. Thank you, Chair Bosenworth. The next application to be heard is cash in lieu of parking application CP 0125 in the name of 87 Joseph Street Holdings, Inc. The subject lands are known municipally as 87 Joseph Street. Next slide, please. I would direct committee's attention to the submitted site plan on page 393 of the agenda package. The applicant proposes to construct a private clinic for athletes that would offer injury rehab, performance optimization, and preventative care, integrating physical therapy, diagnostics, nutrition, and mental health support. The proposed private clinic would constitute the main use of the property. In addition to the private clinic, the applicant proposes to incorporate 3 apartment dwellings into the building as accessory uses. This proposed development is deficient by 6 parking spaces to comply with the township's zoning bylaw. The applicant is proposing to enter into an agreement with the township to pay cash in lieu of creating the required parking spaces. Next slide, please. The proposed development requires a total of 13 parking spaces per the township zoning bylaw. 6 spaces are proposed underground. However, only 3 of these contribute toward the overall parking calculation, as the other 3 run in tandem to them. These spaces are proposed to be dedicated to the accessory residential dwellings. Next slide, please. The township zoning bylaw allows for up to 33% of required parking spaces to be provided via boat slips. The applicant proposed 4 boat slips, bringing the parking calculation to be deficient by 6. Next slide, please. Given that Joseph Street is a district roadway, district staff have communicated that a commercial entrance permit will be needed to be obtained from the district's engineering and public works department. The district has stated that based on the proposal, the driveway would be evaluated to function as a 2-way forward in, back out entrance. Under these conditions, the district is doubtful that the applicable design guidelines would be met for required entrance geometry and minimum site distance. If these cannot be met, the district would be unable to approve an application for an entrance permit. However, the district states that engineering studies could be considered to address the above. Staff have prepared a detailed report for committee's consideration. In light of district comments, township staff recommend that a decision on the application be deferred until such time as confirmation is received from the district's engineering and public works department that a commercial entrance permit can be issued. I have no further comments and am available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant's agent online? No. All right. Is there anybody online to speak for or against? Very well. Committee, what questions do we have for Ms. Crowder? Councillor Nishikawa.
This relates to the parking on the main street. But I like mostly, I'm not sure what our bylaw, our crew, what they're doing. Because I noticed a number of businesses lately are taking up our public parking. And I just don't know if this is going to be one of those situations.
So who would you like that question to Ms. Crowder?
I'm not sure.
Ms. Crowder, have you any comments on that? I think it's a bylaw.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I quite heard.
So currently, and I know everybody's moving in and all this stuff, but currently there's a number of businesses that are taking up our public parking locations. And I'm just not sure what we can expect in the future. I'm not here all the time and I'm just not sure. I know we have a time limit for in some cases, but I just don't know. And in fact, have things changed because of construction, those sort of things. So
Ms. Crowder, any comment or?
Through you, Chair. I'm not sure if I have a direct answer to that. The spaces that are on the public street aren't dedicated to any one business in particular. Like you said, they're for the public coming and going. Are you referring to the construction that's happening right now on the bridge? Is that?
all of the big picture.
Okay. Yeah, we do have, or we are working on a parking plan, and I think maybe Director Huff might be able to speak a bit more to that component.
Director Huff.
Thank you through the chair. Perhaps the councillor's question more directly. The spaces that are available in the public lots or on the street don't differentiate between employees or the general public at this point in time. Some of the lots do have time restrictions, and obviously there's limitations to parking in the wintertime. In review of the application, staff did consider parking needs for the residential component of this application is much different than the commercial aspects, because residential obviously needs a place to park throughout the winter time and through the evening. So yes, I think generally there's some work to be done on creating a parking plan through, I believe it's the CIP program, to have more of a strategy, if you will, on addressing these and as these cash in lieu of parking requirements continue to come up.
Councillor Nishikawa.
And again, the reason why I'm asking these questions is because, last year we approved another large facility with the same thing. You don't have parking, but we're going to allow you. And I just wonder when we're going to stop doing that, like the cash in lieu of, because we're not creating any more parking in Port Carling. So
Mayor Kelly.
Thank you. And through you, I just want to follow up on the concept of a parking plan and perhaps on the comment you made about a drive-in back out situation. Drive-in back out at the top of a hill on a blind curve doesn't seem to be a great theory. There would be considerations like that you would have when you're doing a parking plan. Is that part of the consideration a district will have when they're looking at the appropriateness of this? Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Mayor Kelly. Yeah, so when the district, ours typical process is that the district doesn't often look at these cash in lieu of parking applications, and they typically haven't been commenting on them. We might be looking at changing that where a district road is concerned. But this particular proposal, we sort of rang some bells in our minds that, yes, we recognize and are familiar with that area on Joseph Street, and there have been similar applications in the past on Joseph Street where issuance of entrance permits has been a bit of an issue. So in this particular proposal, there would be nowhere on the lot for the car to turn around to drive forward out. So there is that safety concern. Like Director Huff said, the residential component of the proposal versus the commercial component, parking considerations are quite different, because residential, you need parking 24/7 essentially, whereas the commercial functions in and out. So there could be consideration that the applicant could give to propose either scale back this existing proposal and create a larger space to perhaps turn around, or to eliminate the residential component. There's some things that they can play around with, but the district does have concern with this, the proposed parking as it is presented today. Yeah.
Any other questions? Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, on page 388, it shows the 6 parking spots. How does that work the way it is right there? Like where are the entrances and everything else like that? It looks like they're just stacking them.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair. As I understand it, these spaces would be somewhat underground, so they're proposing to alter the grade, and you would pull into these. So these are to be dedicated to the 3 dwelling units in the building. So each unit would be dedicated 2 spaces that run in tandem to each other. So you would be able to park your car, and then if you had a second car or a guest, they could park directly behind you. It doesn't, the township's zoning bylaw doesn't recognize that kind of parking because it creates an accessibility issue. You've got somebody blocking you in. But that is what's being proposed here as far as I understand.
Okay.
Any other questions? I have a question. There are some, there's quite a few lots. I walked right past them yesterday morning. There's quite a few buildings and businesses along that stretch of highway, and almost every one of them have some form of parking. Does that make any difference?
Through you, Chair. Each lot would have its own parking requirements, and those spaces would not be able to account for another lot's parking requirement, if that makes sense. So, and it's my understanding that a lot of the lots and businesses along there may be legal non-conforming in their parking requirements per today's restrictions. So there are a lot of businesses that do and have functioned with maybe 1 or 2 spaces, but today's zoning bylaw may require, 5, for example. They would be considered to be legal non-complying, but any changes to that business or additions would then trigger today's zoning standards, and hence we see applications come forward to recognize the new parking requirements.
Fair enough. Committee, any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to read the resolution. Councillor Nishikawa.
Thank you. And I think I have a concern about the blasting. I'm thinking that they're blasting if they're going to put something underground, and it changes my
It might change your thing.
consideration.
Ms.
I was
Crowder,
not sure.
do we know what the applicant's plans are?
Through you, Chair. It's unfortunate they're not here today to speak to it, but my understanding just visiting the site is that yes, there would have to be some site alteration, likely through blasting, to incorporate those underground parking spaces, but I don't know the extent of how much would be required.
There'd be an opportunity to get an answer to that question if we deferred.
Absolutely, we can certainly ask the agent to comment on that.
Very well. Let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Burry, seconded by Councillor Edwards. Be resolved that cash in lieu of parking application CP 01/25 87 Joseph Street Holdings Inc. be deferred until such time as the following is received. Confirmation from the District Municipality of Muskoka that an entrance permit is available to access the proposed development. Any discussion, debate? All those in, Councillor Edwards.
Yeah, and looking at this, the drawing again with the tandem. So if you have the front car, you've got to back out onto the street to let the next car back out onto the street and then pull back in.
Ms. Crowder?
Through you, Chair, to Councillor Edwards. Yes. That is what it's proposing. Like I said, the township doesn't recognize that kind of parking because it creates issues of accessibility and movement of the vehicles. But yes, that's what's being proposed.
And that's elemental. So are we counting these 6 spaces or are we just counting 3 spaces?
Through you, Chair, we're only counting the 3. We would only recognize the 3 we don't recognize in tandem spaces.
Because we're basically you.
Councillor Chicago.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I heard you talk about deferral. And I'm not sure that I need to defer it. And I'm wondering why we are deferring it. Only because they didn't show up or?
No, we're deferring it because, as the resolution says, we're confirming it because we need district's confirmation that they've got an entrance permit. We haven't heard from the district yet.
Through you, Chair, I might be able to add some clarity here. We have heard from the district. The district has stated that they are doubtful that the proposed design would meet the guidelines needed to issue an entrance permit. However, they did say that they're open to receiving engineering documents proving them otherwise. There's certain design guidelines that you have to meet in order to get an entrance permit, and that information hasn't been provided at this stage. It's what would be provided through application for an entrance permit. The district is just flagging that this may not be able to receive an entrance permit, and it's good to flag it up front here now rather than potentially approve a cash in lieu application for a project that they won't essentially be able to move on. So by deferring it for this item, either they will be able to satisfy the district that the entrance is safe and can be issued, or if they cannot do that, essentially the proposal will end here. Or the applicant has to go back to the drawing board, rejig their plans to be something that could be supported.
Councillor Nishikawa.
So my concern is that, again, we're not creating any new parking spots. And maybe this development is too large. So I was going to vote not about just the parking, but about the whole development and how the impact would have a negative effect on what moving forward, because they can't produce any more parking. And so I thought we could have actually had the discussion or vote today. And I know districts, what they're going to say.
Okay. Any more debate on this? All those in favor?
6.
Those against? That's carried. Great. Our next item is 13A. I think we have a conflict of interest. And we're hearing from Director Huff on an update on the short-term rental program.
Thank you, committee. So the purpose of this report is to provide an update to the committee on the progress staff have made in the short-term rental accommodation program, as well as to provide potential incentive options for the application process. So this report is largely for information purposes, and if committee wishes to endorse an incentive option, committee could direct staff to prepare the necessary amendments to the fees and charges bylaw to implement their preferred incentive option. And so this amendment would be brought back to council for further and final consideration in June. So to start with, staff wish to advise that they have been working hard with Granicus on implementing the modules per the contract. However, staff have identified a need to amend the contract and really scope the modules to that is required for this program. And that has enabled us to concentrate on the development of the 24-hour complaint hotline, as well as the identification and monitoring software that staff will use to track these short-term rentals in the township going forward. In addition, what we have also done is entered into a contract with Cloud Permit to provide licensing software to the township. And this will give us access to a fulsome online application portal. And that will actually link directly to Granicus as well as our district mapping system that we have. So there's a number of benefits of providing this application software through Cloud Permit. So first of all, both staff and a lot of the development community is already familiar with Cloud Permit because it's up and running for building permits and planning applications. It's already linked to the district GIS system as well as our impact information that we have. And so that really puts us ahead of the game in terms of getting it online. The application portal itself is a very robust program, so it allows for editing, modifications, either before and after an application is submitted, and as well in terms of the circulation process, it really allows both internal and external circulations and tracking of conversations for each of the properties. And then lastly, this is a licensing module, so not only will it be used for short-term rentals, but for all of our licensing programs, so taxis, tent trailers, food trucks, etc. This will be a module that we'll be able to use going forward for all of those processes, and the cost was quite good. So all said and done, what that has actually meant is that with the contract modification to Granicus, that has resulted in an annual savings of about $30,000 per year for software. And we've received almost $40,000 credit towards the renewal fee that we have to pay in 2025 for Granicus. And then as well, because Cloud Permit is already well integrated into our systems, they've committed to a very fast turnaround to get the application portal up and running. So we should see it open this summer, hopefully sooner rather than later. And so what I've done is there's a lot of information on the expenses and revenues in the report. And I've included a lot of information about the assumptions that were there back in 2024 compared to where we are in 2025. And I know there's a lot of meaty information. So what I've done is with the suggestion of just paring it down and created this table that hopefully you can see, and which really just focuses on the differences between the revenue that we're expecting from 2024 to 25 and 26, as well as the expenses. And so what I'll note is in 2024, we had an estimate of the number of STRAs in the township that was about 1,200. Now that Granicus is up and running and has done the work to identify those ones, we think we're around 800. So there was a difference also in the revenue estimations in 2024 compared to where we're going to be going forward, just because we have a more accurate number now that they've actually done the work. As well, I'll also note, in order to try to control some of the expenses for this year, we've also delayed the purchase of a truck as well as one of the seasonal bylaw officers, as well as achieving some of the savings that we've got through the contracts. And so what that has meant is that, you know, obviously we're not going to receive the revenue that we were anticipating in 2024 this year, but we're still hopefully going to be in a positive situation, recovering expenses this year in 2025. And in 2026, we should be full cost recovery and in a very positive situation. What I've also included here is, and then moving on to the incentive options, and I'll speak to that a little bit more, is just the impact the potential incentive options might have on the revenue that we could achieve this year. So you'll recall at our last committee meeting, during the discussion of the financial implications of the late start to the program, we did broach the option of considering incentives, and there was an indication that there was some interest in that. So what we did is prepare a number of incentives for committee to choose from. So most of the options are structured to motivate the applicants to apply for an STRA license within the first 3 months of the portal opening. And that will help staff to process those applications if they come in over time rather than all at once at the end of the year. But also it allows for those ones that submit early, they'll be ahead of the queue and hopefully they'll have their applications processed. They won't have to worry about how long it takes to process their applications. And I'll also note a few things about the incentives and the work that we did to kind of estimate what kind of revenue we would receive from those, is that we assume that we're going to get a certain amount of uptake, about maybe 25%, without the incentives, and that with incentives, we'll get a little bit of an increase in uptake. So up to maybe 35 or 40%. But again, this is all estimation. So we won't really know until we actually start opening and receiving applications. And I will also note, I think it's important is that, we're going to be processing the licenses as soon as we get them. But what we will do in an effort to provide some assistance to those that apply early is that the effective date of those licenses won't start until October, November. So that would mean that they would be able to get through the summer rental season next year. And so that would be effective in providing them potentially 2 seasons of operating. And so again, just at a really high level, the first 3 incentives offer a variety of discounts on the application fee. There's a 4th incentive that is, if you apply early, you enter to win a draw and you get a fairly substantial gift card opportunity to win a substantial gift card from a local business, whether it be a landscaper and providing natural plantings or for restaurants and services in the community. Incentive 5 addresses some comments from committee about interest in trying to motivate some environmental sustainability measures. So that ties to a District of Muskoka Climate Hero program. So if you participate in that program, you could also receive a discount. And that's something that we think would be a benefit to use and start now, but for future years. That's not something that's only going to be an incentive just for 2025. Sorry. And then lastly, there's a 6th option that again, it's geared towards motivating environmental incentive measures, but that would be basically a tailor-made program in TML that will require some time for staff to get up and running. We haven't actually done that yet, but if committee is interested, we'll certainly work towards that. So all said and done, if committee wish to know staff's preference, I think we do like option 4 and 5, 4 being the gift cards, in that it promotes businesses, it increases awareness of the program in the local community. It also raises awareness about environmental sustainability measures, and it's fairly simple to administer. And we also like option 5, of course, because it again focuses on the environmental sustainability measures and trying to promote those in our community. So with that, I'll leave it. Happy to answer any questions that committee might have. Thank you.
Councillor Kent.
Missed numbers here. I was just trying to figure out, I looked at the report in great detail. I just still don't know, I understand what all the option numbers are, but
yep.
This is the old plan? Or is this a combination, like 24 is gone? Okay, and
yes,
there was no revenue or expense probably, maybe apart from the Granicus fee in 24?
Correct, yep.
So is 25 your estimate for the year?
That's right.
Okay,
yes.
So 25's been adjusted for the things you talked about in the report, like the credits from.
Correct.
And the car, the truck and the staffing.
That's right.
So what that says is without the incentives for net income, 25, we're going to be basically $20,000 ahead.
Yep, that's right.
We're trying to get to break even. Okay, so 24 is just history. It didn't happen.
That's right.
Okay. And okay, so that's better news than I thought it was going to be.
Glad to hear it. Me too.
Right. And then on top of that, you'd layer the incentives.
That's right. And that's assuming, again, I'm making assumptions on uptake. So I think it's reasonable that we get 25% uptake at least this year when an application portal is open, but obviously I can't
just wonder, what is the 25? What was the original 2025 revenue? Or was it sort of the 525?
That would have been the 525.
Okay.
Saying that, so sorry, through the chair, the 2024 was based on their assumption being that there was 1,200 STRAs. Now we know it's closer to 800. So that number would be I don't have it off the top of my head. It would be a little bit less, about, I think,
That's a big
470.
difference, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
1,200, 800. Yeah. And my only other question was, are we gonna, you're gonna go out and aggressively, we're way ahead of the schedule we talked about 2 months ago, or the last time we had this meeting. You got the Granicus stuff moving faster. Then, so it's not as bad as it was gonna look for this current year because you got it up and running faster.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Is that right? Good job. Thank you, sorry.
All right. Councillor Zavitz, Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, through you. To Jennifer, but I suppose a comment first. So I'm not a fan at all of any of these options. I think that it's great that, you know, you've done an incredible amount of work, consideration of the different things that could be done to draw attention to this plan. But, you know, here we are, middle of May. It's still not ready, and I don't think we're in no, you know, I've always been a one to believe, do it right, you know, do it once, do it right. And I think you're still a ways away. You still don't speak with all the certainty that I seem to know you of you. And the idea of giving an incentive to every single one of these people that's a short-term
Councillor
renter.
Zavitz, do you have a question?
Well,
Because this is a
at
question.
the end of the day,
If you got some comments, we can read the resolution, but.
Okay, yeah, well, fine.
But you said you had a question.
Well, I guess my question, which is just personal, I suppose, to the point of how did the staff get so far along this road of suggesting options when this is going to be a plan that's going to last who knows how long? So why are we trying to, for the sake of the budget, we're trying to make a complicated program even more complicated by all these incentives? So that's my point, but I don't suppose staff's going to answer that because they were asked to do it.
So Director Huff,
Thank you to the chair.
lob that to you.
Thank you. So I think there was some discussion about potentially staff coming forward with incentives the last time that we were here at the committee. And I can't recall if it was in the resolution, but certainly there seemed to be interest from the committee in us exploring that. So certainly we'll take our cues from committee and the decisions that you make. Happy to implement them if that's the direction. And if not, that's okay too. And we'll just continue on focusing on the program.
Mayor Kelly.
I think perhaps you should read the resolution before I make my non-question.
All right. Moved by Councillor Roberts, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw for. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Kent, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw for council approval for offers and options, we have to put the number in, as a financial incentive to encourage the submission of applications in 2025 for a short-term rental accommodation license. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you, 3 or 4 quick comments. First of all, great work to accelerate the pace. I sense it. I think I sense a look of relief even, which is great. So you and your team, I'm really happy to be talking about something that seems like it's more imminent than I thought it was going to be. Number 2, I really applaud the approach of incenting, but not maybe for the reasons that most people would assume. If this was any other place, accelerating cash flow would have a real tangible value. I'm not sure that it does in a scenario where we're not net borrowers, but so I can't put a value on it from that perspective. But the only thing we know is that this thing, the only time that's fixed is the implementation date. You have to have a license by X. I can't remember right off the top of my head, middle of next year. You have to be licensed. You have to have your application in by the end of the year. You have to be licensed. In order to get there, anything that we can do to smooth out the workload, anything that we can do to learn at a particular pace and accelerate over time and not have it all dropped in our laps 30 days before the end of the run, is a wise investment as far as I'm concerned. So I would applaud that. The only comment I would make, I really like option 4 because the incentives themselves come from local vendors and local merchants. The only comment I would have, and it's just a caution, I don't know if we need to have a license to run a lottery or anything like that. I just don't know.
Director Huff.
Yep, thank you, Chair. So that was a thought that we had as well. We did investigate it. We don't need it for this purpose because it's relating to if you're purchasing a draw ticket, then you do need a license. But that's not the case here. The fee is for the application itself, not the.
Committee, and we have to choose which option we're going to have because the resolution requires a number. All right, we could go through 1, 2, 3, and 4 and do straw votes, but I saw 2 already with 4, so let's start with 4. 3. All right, so how many think option 4 is the best option? All right, Director Huff, if you could do that again, or I could beat
Sure.
it, but why don't you explain them?
Okay. Again. Okay, so option 1 is just for those applications, the first 3 months, they get a 30% discount. Option 2 is for the first month of the portal opening, you get a 30%. The next month, it's 20%. The month after that, it's 10%. Option 3, you get to lock in the application fee for 3 years. And so that would assume that we are contemplating increasing the application fee each year, which we haven't made a decision on yet. But there would be obviously some savings, but we wouldn't incur those until future years. And then option 4 is where we're proposing to use $5,000 towards gift cards valued between $100 and $1,000 each to local businesses.
On a draw basis.
On a draw basis, yes.
And option 5 was, I think, the one
yeah, that was
staff
the
is supporting.
participation in the district Muskoka Climate Heroes program. So if you participated, this is for the individual programs, not the business programs. If you operated at a bronze level, you'd receive a 10% discount, at the silver level, a 20%, and at the gold level, a 30% discount.
All right. Councillor Kent, and then Councillor Edwards.
My only question is on option 4, which I do like the best, because I think the community involvement and the gift cards is a great idea. Why does that incentivize people to get their, I mean, the goal of this is to get the work stream evened out. Because I have this nightmare of everybody coming in December and one person be completely undone. I don't understand how those things accelerate the work, front end the work.
Director Huff.
So sorry, your question was on option 3. So that's the gift cards. Okay. So that one, it's just purely hoping that people see value in participating early so that they get a chance of potential draw for, say, $1,000 for landscaping in their property, or it will be. Well, I mean, it would be like at the end of the period of time after the 3 months.
Councillor Edwards.
I have a couple of questions. If we went with option 2, anybody that gets their application in, even though it's not filed from us, but they get 30%, and they get, so that would speed things up. As far as the gift cards, I would just as soon get even a 10% discount and then working on a draw, because everyone would get 10 or 15 or 20%, whatever we're doing. And then I think in future for number 5, could that not be for future years? So in other words, if they get in the hero program, then we could reduce it in future years rather than starting then.
Director Huff?
Thank you. Through the chair. So I think the challenge with the suggestion for a 10% discount is just how to make those arrangements all with any business that they receive a 10% discount.
All right, no, what I was saying, if I was an operator, I would just as soon take my 30% or 20% or 10% rather than going in a draw to maybe win $100 or $1,000 thing. I think you would get more people involved if everyone's gonna save either 20 or 30 or 10%.
Through the chair, we could certainly consider like a combination program where we offer 10% off and everybody, and those people get entered into a draw.
Right, maybe I'm reading this wrong. I thought it was 30% off on option 1. And then option 2 was 30 if you file early, and then 20%, and then 10%. Was that not it? Or am I reading it wrong?
Director Huff?
So option 1 is for applications between July and September. They all get 30%.
Right.
And option 2, again, it's for those applications between July and September, but the month of July gets a 30% discount, 20% in August, and in September, there's a 10% discount.
Yeah, that's the way I read it. So if we went with option 2, it's gonna get people hurrying to get their application in by July. Like, why would you not
Hopefully, yep.
do it if you can save another 10% was what I was looking at.
Yep, that's correct.
Director Pink, do you want to step in here for a minute?
Sorry, maybe just to help clarify and further to Councillor Kent's question. I think what Councillor Edwards is referring to, certainly it's a fair debate, and I think staff would generally agree that option 2 may be more of an incentive to apply early, and that's a discussion as to the spectrum of how much you want to incentivize. I think to Councillor Kent's question, the intention would be there would be no draw for people who apply after September, so that would be the incentive. So yes, the draw would be later, but if you apply next year in January or December, you wouldn't be entered into a draw. So that's the incentive. And I think staff would acknowledge that option 1 or 2 is likely more appealing to a community member, certainly on a personal basis. But again, it's a question of how much lost revenue you wish to consider, or how badly you want to incentivize an earlier application. So we've laid out sort of a spectrum.
Director Huff, can you tell us how much the lost revenues are for options 1 and 2? I think they're on the chart. Is that what the numbers is at the bottom?
Yes. So in table 2 of the report, it talks about the revenue estimations, but it also includes the cost of the discount. So option 1, the cost would be between $52,000 to $84,000. That's lost revenue. And then for option 2, it's about $63,000 in lost revenue.
So I guess the question is, how much is getting it spread over of value to us? Because the other one doesn't really, it only has a $5,000 cost.
That's right.
So committee, we're looking at fairly significant number, or a $10,000 cost. And those are options 1, 2, or 4, I think, right? Mayor Kelly.
Thank you very much. I'm not through you. I don't think I'm really good at designing these things, but I guess what occurs to me is you could start off with an aggressive month to get things really kicked off, 30% off in the first month. And then if you sense a lag or a slowdown, come back in December or January and offer the $5,000 draw combination for that month until you get it to the point where you can kind of see the curve smoothing out or flattening out. And sense that we've got a handle on the workload without laying in extra resources. I mean, you don't have to pick one of these because these things have a fixed period of time. You don't have to pick one and stick with it forever. You can pick one and play it to the end, as long as the second and third one aren't more lucrative or viewed to be more lucrative as the first one. Because then you get all these people that jumped at the first bait and aren't too happy. But again, it's not a prize. It's not a win. It's a cost to help us kind of even the workload out and maintain a handle on the cost to get all of these things processed in time. As long as we look at it that way and we don't, we don't have to overload any particular month, but I love the idea of a real fast start, get this thing kicked off quick. First month or couple of months, big discount, and see if that draws everybody in. We may never have to offer another incentive. If February and March turn out to be slow months, we can whip something else out.
Councillor Edwards?
I think if we went to the cottage rental companies that have hundreds of cottages, they're going to say to their clients, hey, register now, you get 30% off. And a lot of them will, and a lot of them go through cottage. So it's 30% or after that, nothing. I think you would get more than your 50% signed up.
And any other comments? Councillor Kent?
I think that you should go with one of the upfront discounts, because I think that my understanding was that was one of the most sensitive matters that came back in our public consultation, was the size of the upfront fees. So if we can make it a little better for them by locking it for a longer period of time, that meets some of the needs of the community, I think.
Do other committee members feel roughly the same way? Like cash is better than, all right. Do we need to give you a specific number or just give you a guidance? That would either be option 1 or option 2. But Mayor Kelly has suggested maybe we don't need option 2 for 3 months. We just need option 2 for 1 month, with the potentially come back, or maybe the first month or 2. How would you like to handle that from a resolution point of view?
Through the chair, I think what we're hearing, we certainly have our direction. So I think what I'm sensing is somewhere between 1 and 2, a straight discount, perhaps for 2 months. And if it's a 20 or 30% discount, so perhaps the resolution can just say a modified option 1. And we understand committee's direction from that.
All right. Does that sound good with committee? Let me give hands up or straw poll here. All right.
Maybe the option. Suggest that I give them the choice. If they see it on my 30, 20, then maybe decide to gift card.
All right. Can we revise the resolution then? All right, we'll just take 5 minutes. Top up your tea and coffee, and we'll be back with the new resolution.
You read that.
I did read it. Yeah. Are we back live? So, sorry, this is a
You put
substitution.
this in, so this will be a substitution for this.
Okay.
correct?
Very well, okay.
This one, no.
Committee, I'm going to read a substitute resolution.
No. Yeah.
Moved by Councillor Edwards, seconded by Councillor Nishikawa. Be it resolved that the resolution be struck and replaced with that staff be directed to prepare an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw for council approval to offer an incentive of a 20% discount for applications received for the first 2 months that the application portal is active, followed, if necessary, by option 4 in staff report DSES 2025-021, dependent on uptake of applications. So did that capture more or less what we wanted? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Nice try. Oh, yes, we're done on that. Sorry. No, we're not done. All right, so our next item, Director Huff is under the spotlight again. And this is on the discussion of the report DSES 2025 concerning the FOCA's Lake Partner Program and the actions taken by, potential actions taken by the government. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of this letter is to provide committee with some information about some correspondence that the municipality has received from the Federation of Ontario Cottagers Association in regards to the Lake Partner Program. So the resolution, proposed resolution is really that staff be directed to prepare a letter to the province in support of the continuation of the Lake Partner Program. And just by way of background, so we received correspondence from the Federation of Ontario Cottagers Association that their agreement with the province, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation Authorities, has lapsed. And so they operate a Lake Partner Program, which essentially manages volunteers completing sampling of water bodies across Ontario. And so there's a large volunteer component that needs to be organized and uses monies from the government to assist with that organization. But most importantly, MECP is the body that actually does the lab analysis of the water samples. And so the volunteers go out, they take the samples, then they send them to the labs in MECP. And that agreement and the funding really allows for the completion of those of that sampling analysis to be done by the MECP lab. So without the continuation of this agreement, this work is at risk of ceasing. And there's a lot of concern out there in the community by lake associations who use this program to assist with their own water quality monitoring, as well as a lot of research and work that's done even at the district level relating to sampling. And so the FOCA has suggested essentially letters be written to the province and to the local MPP, talking about how important this water quality monitoring program is locally, and asking that they consider renewing that agreement as soon as possible so the 2025 water sampling program can continue on. So that's the recommendation that staff have. Staff also believe that this is an important program. We do see merit in writing and conveying those comments to the local MPP and Premier. And that's the recommendation contained in this report. So I'll leave it there, but happy to answer any questions that committee might have.
Committee, we do have a resolution here, but I'll go for questions first. Mayor Kelly.
Thank you, and through you. I'm curious to know, there are several other large groups that do water quality testing through volunteers, citizen science. Watershed Council is one, the district, I believe, is one, Muskoka Lakes Association is one. Are they all, does anybody know, are they all kind of swept up under this FOCA relationship with MECP, or are they running their own program separate and apart from FOCA?
Director Huff.
Thank you, Chair. That's a good question. I don't have an answer to that, honestly.
Councillor Nishikawa.
So I've been doing a little bit of study on this one, and like our resolution would be similar to what Georgian Bay Biosphere is doing, but in fact, the council is also following up with similar. So it's the same basic concern that there's nobody from MECP that actually is going to care about the environment, the water environment. So I just know that I've just recently read what Georgian Bay is doing, and it's very similar to what we are. So
I see. Councillor Burry.
I do believe they're all interrelated. Deb Martin Downs, that's the board chair of the Federation of the FOCA piece,
FOCA.
is also on the board of the MLA and runs the MLA water sampling program. So I do believe that they are highly intertwined, and I will say, as a sampler, expertly run. The folks do a good job of sampling.
And they have been doing it for many, many years.
The data is way back and very detailed. And I'm told that it would be a travesty to lose that.
Councillor Mazin.
Just because Mayor Kelly asked, it piqued my curiosity. I went on to the FOCA website just quickly. I'll just read. It says here that FOCA has partnered since 1996 in this program. And the LPP, which is a province-wide volunteer-based water quality monitoring program, the largest of its kind in Canada. So I think it probably is all under this umbrella. I don't know that for fact, but you piqued my curiosity.
All right, let me read the resolution. Moved by Councillor McIntyre, seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare a letter to the province in the general form attached as Appendix 2 to report DSES 2025-023, requesting that the MECP renew its agreement with FOCA for the extension of the Lake Partner Program. Any further debate? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. And the next item is also Director Huff. We're talking about the Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act. Sounds very ominous.
Thank you, Chair. Similar to last report, this report is also recommending that we send correspondence to MECP relating to the proposed Bill 5, Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act. So this Bill 5, has the proposed effect of changing a number of acts in Ontario. And I'm not going to get into all of those changes because not all of them really relate to the township. However, there's a few that do have the potential to impact the township, and I'll focus discussions on those. I will say it is a meaty bill. So, staff have a high level understanding of what the changes are, but, we're still trying to work through some of the changes. There's links to the ERO postings if you have interest yourself in reading the legislation, as well as I've attached a technical briefing, as a link, so that you can hear from the province their own description of the purpose of this bill. It really, they say, is to address the tariffs and unequal trading policy, but it does have some pretty potential significant impacts on development. And so primarily what I'm going to speak to is some proposed changes to the Endangered Species Act and the proposed Species Conservation Act, as well as the Special Economic Zones Act. And so the proposed amendments to the Endangered Species Act, those are intended to be transitional. So they're making some modifications to the ESA so that those changes happen imminently, but the intent is that the ASA would become replaced by a new act called the Species Conservation Act. So a lot of the changes that we're talking about will get transitioned into that new act called Species Conservation Act once they have some of the works completed. And so some key amendments to the ESA that we understand, and there's a lot of them. I'm only going to focus on some of the key ones. So the government is proposing that rather than the third party, we have an existing committee on the status of species at risk in Ontario. This committee, it's a separate body from the province, and they're delegated with the authority to add or remove what is considered an endangered or threatened species and should be protected in Ontario. And so what the government is proposing that they also be given the discretion to add or remove species from the list and remove species from that protection in Ontario. The other significant change that they're making is the definition of habitat under the ESA. And so I've described those changes in the report, but essentially it would set it up so that a habitat is really only a den or a nesting place that's occupied at the time or immediately surrounding the dwelling place and is essential for the purpose of it being occupied as a den. And so obviously that has some implications for vascular plant species, so trees and plants. Only the critical root zone is now proposed to be protected for protected species. And so, you know, it brings to mind thoughts of, you know, a singular tree in the middle of a commercial development, and that appears to meet the intention of the revised ESA Act now, as opposed to protecting the larger environment around a tree or a habitat. They're also proposing to provide an opportunity now for people to register for the activity and begin the activity without assessments. And so essentially you're registering your activity through the registration process. You make commitments to follow key activities, refrain from key activities, and then you would be able to go on site immediately. And so, you know, this, you know, from a staff perspective, we could see potentially the implications of that in infrastructure projects. From a planning perspective, there's an obligation under the provincial policy statement that there be an assessment relative to protective species, but under the ESA Act. And so if those protections are really limited based on the revised changes to the habitat, the scope of the assessments will significantly change, and the protection of those areas would be significantly scoped, one would think. There's a risk, of course, that adding or removing lists from the species at risk could become politicized if that's a government responsibility now. And of course, a reliance on a registration process does put a lot of a trust in those that are registering, that they will abide by the terms of the registration process. And I think it's important to say, it's not to say that staff, you know, don't see that there are some elements of the ESA that could be improved. I think there's some room to streamline the processes. It can be cumbersome. There can be a lot of work that needs to be done, but at the same time, I think staff are a little cautious that these seem to be significant changes that would really limit our ability to protect habitat through the planning process or through the infrastructure development process. And of course, you know, one of the priorities of the township in the official plan and its strategic plan really revolves around the protection of the natural environment. The other component that I'll speak to is the Special Economics Zone Act that's being proposed through Bill 5. So that would permit the government to designate any area in the province as a special economic zone. And essentially that would allow for, if within that area, a designated project or a trusted proponent could be exempt from municipal regulations or provincial regulations or legislation. And so while it might be unlikely that the township or part thereof could be considered a significant economic zone, there could be potential implications for that as well. The government hasn't released the associated regulations with that act, so we don't know the full scope of the potential exemptions. But it is, for instance, possible if it speaks to, you know, exempting development projects from zoning bylaws, that would have the effect of removing the public consultation process and the municipal decision-making process from those development applications. And of course, municipalities often, you know, both benefit, but also bear the burden of development within their jurisdictions. And so that's one of the reasons why there is some municipal oversight and bylaws in the first place on these things. So again, this is just to make committee aware of these potential changes. There is again, a short commenting period. I think it's actually, it was a month. So if committee is receptive, we would provide our comments in a letter to the province conveying some of our concerns. And then if and when Bill 5 decision is made on those amendments, we would just bring a subsequent report back to planning committee, just advising of the changes or implementation of Bill 5. So with that, I'll leave it there. Happy to answer any questions as best I can.
Thank you. Committee, it was a lot to absorb. Do we have questions? I don't think I've read the resolution yet. Let me read the resolution then. Be it resolved that staff report DSES 2025-027 be forwarded to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks Public Input Coordinator, Species at Risk Protection, at the township's response to their request for comments on Bill 5, Protect Ontario by Unleashing Our Economy Act 2025. So we're all happy with that going to the minister? Any discussions? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Right, I think the only thing, Director Huff, do we have any Ontario Land Tribunal status updates or delegated staff approvals? Says there were site plans for, or anything, I don't think there's anything to be reported there. And we saw correspondence, we could all read that because there was a link in the report. So I have our final resolution today, moved by Councillor Edwards. Seconded by Councillor Burry. Be it resolved that the planning committee meeting adjourn at 2:29 p.m. and that the next regular planning committee meeting will be held on Thursday, June 12th, 2025 at 9 a.m. via an electronically and in-person hybrid format from the council chambers in beautiful downtown Fort Carling, Ontario. All those in favor? Thank you very much.